Chapter 1735. Boom! The mountain-shaped illusory image exploded, creating a violent shockwave that wreaked havoc in all directions. With this block, the monkey's movements immediately paused. Seito raised his hand and pointed, shooting a white light at the monkey. It was the heavenly sword. The somersault cloud beneath the monkey's feet flashed, and he quickly rushed away with the monkey. "I've already seen it once. Do you think I didn't take precautions?" Seito turned around and formed an invisible barrier that was compressed by the power of space in front of him, blocking the monkey's attack. Although it's a bit troublesome to open another barrier inside the barrier, but seal the heavens and lock the earth. The monkey had a bad feeling in his heart, and he immediately drove the somersault cloud to fly away. However, although his speed was fast, he was still one step slower than Seito, who had set up a trap in advance. Almost at the same time he took off, an inexplicable feeling appeared around him, and then the monkey was stopped in his tracks. "Humph! Open for me!" The blocked monkey snorted coldly and swung the Jingu Bang at the void in front of him. Under the power of the immortal technique, the Jingu Bang stirred up the 5 elements wind and thunder, and fiercely smashed into the invisible barrier in the void. Boom! A loud sound immediately reverberated through the entire sky. Crack, crack, immediately after, the void trembled and fine, pitch-black cracks appeared in front of the monkey. With the Jingu Bang as the center, the cracks slowly spread in all directions. However, before the monkey could feel proud, the pitch-black cracks that had just spread out a short distance closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The monkey was shocked. Without hesitation, he swung the Jingu Bang again. However, in the next moment, a large number of light spears appeared from the left and shot toward the monkey like rain. The monkey had no choice but to give up the opportunity to break the barrier. He waved the Jingu Bang around to protect himself, shattering the light spears that flew toward him one by one. Clang! In an instant a crisp sound was heard. The shadow suddenly condensed into a red-golden cudgel, blocking a black saber from the void. The black blade vibrated slightly and pulled out Seito's figure. He began to compete with the beautiful monkey. Open! It had to be said. Seito was a descendant of the Monkey King after all. His strength was extraordinary. With a sudden burst of strength, he actually sent Seito flying. But in the next second, Seito appeared out of thin air. He kicked the monkey's abdomen. Clouds of light flickered beneath the beautiful monkey's feet. He was sent flying horizontally. Bang! However, it had only flown a few meters. Then, he crashed into an invisible barrier and was stopped. Then, a large number of spears of light appeared and shot towards the beautiful monkey from all directions. The beautiful monkey felt helpless. Once again, he swung the stick in a circle to defend against the light guns around him. However, after resisting for a while, the monkey discovered something strange. He saw that the light guns that originally had a wide attack range had unknowingly become narrow. The number of them had also decreased a lot. Moreover, the frequency of their attacks was also rapidly decreasing. In just a few seconds, he had completely eliminated all of them. At the same time, Seito's figure appeared out of thin air. "Become my prisoner again." Seito chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful monkey immediately felt the space around him suddenly shrink. It was so narrow that he couldn't even move his hands and feet. He was like a zombie wrapped in something. He could only watch as Seito became bigger and bigger in his eyes until he finally became like a giant and was caught in the palm of his hand. Seito flipped his palm and put away the beautiful monkey, who had been delayed by his attacks and ignored the abnormal changes in the surrounding space. He then looked up at the sky not far away. There, he saw a figure wrapped in a set of pitch-black armor with 12 pitch-black wings on his back replacing a Thasher in the air. He then faced the full attack of Wali Lucifer, Cadilia Leviathan, and Taching Hage. "A Thasher? Since you have such great power, why did you?" Cadilia said angrily. Cordelia, I can't believe you can say that you have the infinite divine dragon as your backing. Athasher sneered. The research of the divine artifact shouldn't have progressed to this point, Wally said in surprise. Looking at you, the traitor in my organization has already taken away the information related to the research of the divine artifact. However, this is useless. Only Samasa and I know the parts that are close to the truth, Athasher said lightly. This was also not in the information he gave to Sei Ito. Therefore, when he received the information about the divine artifact, Sei Ito had complained that the other party had held back. I am the one who has inherited the blood of the great true Leviathan. Cordelia Leviathan. I will not lose to a hateful fallen angel like you. Cordelia shouted as she was wrapped in a huge amount of magic power. Speaking of Leviathan, I seem to have one in my hands too. Sei Ito, who heard Cordelia's shouts, muttered in a low voice in the distance. Leviathan, a snake monster recorded in the Bible. However, it was also one of the Earth Mother goddesses in a certain marine civilization. Therefore, in the world of the God-slayers, she had descended in the form of Shinzu and had been working hard to resurrect the last king. Therefore, when he was looking for a witch who was also Shinzu, Sei Ito had conveniently captured her. Come on, Aesashurs said in a flat tone as if Cordelia, who had erupted with an exaggerated amount of power, did not pose a threat to him. Don't underestimate me, Cordelia shouted and rushed toward Aesashurs. Let's go too. As Varley said that, he also rushed toward Aesashurs. On the side, Deshanghage also cooperated and launched an attack on Aesashurs. Hage, the kitten will be sad. Sei Ito, who had turned into a flash of light, suddenly appeared in front of Varley and released lightning to force Varley back. He also destroyed Deshanghage's attack. You've really helped me a lot, Red Dragon Emperor, Aesashurs said in a relaxed tone, then raised the long spear in his hand. Cha-Poochie. In the next moment there were two soft sounds, and a large amount of blood spurted out from Cordelia's body, causing her to kneel on the ground uncontrollably. At the same time, a crack that extended several meters appeared on the ground behind her. I won't lose like this, Cordelia said with a ferocious expression. Then she turned her hands into dark tentacles and quickly wrapped them around Aesashurs' left arm. Aesashurs, in this state, it's useless for you to kill me. As long as you're connected to me, as long as I die, I'll activate a spell that's enough to kill you, Cordelia said loudly, her eyes full of pride. In other words, you're willing to sacrifice yourself to severely injure me? Although the idea is very simple, the effect is very great, Aesashurs said softly. As he said that, he touched the tentacles wrapped around his arm with the long spear in his hand. Those tentacles are specially made to suck my life force. They can't be cut off. Cordelia laughed. When Aesashurs heard that, he shrugged indifferently, and then the arm holding the spear suddenly moved. Poochie. With a soft sound and blood splattering out, Aesashurs used the spear to cut off his left arm from the shoulder. You actually cut off your own arm? Cordelia said with a look of disbelief. However, her chest was immediately pierced by the light spear summoned by Aesashurs. I'll give this arm to you, Aesashurs said without a care. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Cordelia, whose chest was pierced by the light spear, suddenly exploded. However, it was not an exaggerated explosion as expected. Instead, it was as if something had burst her body, and she turned into dust that filled the sky and dissipated with the wind. Then, Asashel deactivated his armor form. TSK. The artificial artifact has reached its limit. There's still a lot of room for improvement. As long as the core jade is fine, it can be made again. Stay with me for a little longer, Golden Dragon King, Fabner. Aesashurs kissed the jade in his hand and put it away. He looked up at the battle in the sky. Black Goo, are you really not going to come back? In the sky, Sei Ito casually extinguished the magic light sent by Wally and asked in a loud voice. I can promise you that after I develop a new system, I'll convert you into my dependent. It seems very interesting, meow. Seeing Cadilia's death below, Black Goo also knew that the battle was about to end. He could not help but feel a little excited. Humph! Wally snorted coldly and raised his arms to create a huge magic light ball. He then threw it down at Seito. Seito used his palm as a knife and simply slashed forward. Puff! Boom! In an instant, the dark magic ball was split in half by an invisible force and suddenly exploded in midair. Then, Itose flicked his 5 fingers and shot out several lightning bolts towards Varley, who was in midair. Wally, who knew how powerful it was, quickly dodged to the side. Seito, one day, I will get the White Dragon Emperor back from you. Then, Wally suddenly shouted, and without hesitation, he turned into a black light and flew into the sky. Tsk, he ran away so quickly. Seito curled his lips, and then turned to look at Black Goo, who was left behind. Oh, it seems that I've been abandoned by my own king. So, Seito-kun, please take care of me in the future. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Black Goo decisively gave up the idea of fighting back. She stopped and said to Seito with a playful wink. Seito smiled slightly and did not say anything. He reached out and pointed at Black Goo. In an instant, several bright rays of light abruptly emerged from the void, automatically weaving into a strange magic formation that no one had ever seen before. It was imprinted on Heiji's body, and with a slight flash it entered her body. Oh! Then, Deshang Heigu screamed and quickly fell to the ground. Chapter 1736. P.S. Thanks to Hehe a Divine Word, Instant Potato, and Boring Lord for their tips. Thanks to Where the Souls Belong for their evaluation vote. That scared me to death. Taching Heije hugged Itosei's neck tightly, his body lying on Itosei's arms as he let out a long sigh with lingering fear. As expected, you're the best, Crimson Dragon Emperor. Then, he leaned his head on Seito's shoulder, closed his eyes, and rubbed his face against Seito's shoulder. Congratulations, Crimson Dragon Emperor. You've won another beauty. Athashel, whose left arm was now empty, looked at Seito, who had landed on the ground, and joked. At this time, around them, on the field of Colt King Academy, a large number of recovered angel, fallen angel, and demon soldiers were moving the thick pile of corpses on the field like laborers and cleaning up the battlefield. Athashel, shouldn't you give me something? Seito ignored Athashel's teasing and asked with a faint smile. What is it? Athashel asked, puzzled. Thud. Seito's feet landed on the ground, and he retracted his arm that was supporting Taching Hei's legs. Taching Hei immediately felt his lower body become weak, and his legs fell back to the ground involuntarily. He leaned his body tightly against Seito's chest to prevent himself from falling due to weightlessness. I heard it. The part that is close to the truth is only known by me and Seito. Seito said with a faint smile. What a boring guy. You don't even leave me any secrets. Athashel sighed helplessly. All right, after the meeting is over, tell Linari to come and get it from me, Asashel said. Okay, Seito answered without hesitation. At this time, Sajks, Seraphil Leviathan, and Michael walked over. Are you safe? That's great. Seeing that the two of them were safe and sound, Sajex breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Asashel's empty left arm, his expression immediately changed as he asked, Asashel, what happened to your arm? This was caused by Cadilia's self-detonation. I had no choice but to cut off my hand, Asashel said nonchalantly as if he had done something insignificant. I see. What happened to her is the fault of our demon faction. About your injury. Sajex apologized, and then prepared to compensate Athashel with something. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately interrupted by Asashel. Wally has also caused you trouble. Originally, he was only interested in power. Looking at the results, it's like, so that's how it is. After all, he was a child that he had raised with his own hands. To a certain extent, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was his own son. Yet, he had suddenly done something so disobedient. It was normal for him to be sad, upset, and disappointed. Then, I'll go back to the heaven realm first. The matter of peace and the countermeasures of mass of calamity also need to be discussed, Michael continued. I'm sorry that it turned out like this. This is our mistake in preparing for the meeting, Sagex apologized with self-reproach. However, in terms of behavior and bearing, he really did not have the style of a demon king. Sagex, don't blame yourself. For me, it's a happy thing that the three major forces can walk on the path of peace together. This way there will be fewer unnecessary battles, Michael comforted. Looking at the harmonious and loving scene in front of him, a strong sense of disharmony surged in Sei Ito's heart. Well, there should be subordinates that you can't agree with, Asashel said sarcastically. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we hate each other all year round. But it will slowly change from now on. The only problem we have right now is calamity mass, Michael said understandingly. About this, we still need to discuss how to work together, Sagex suggested. Asashel and Michael nodded in agreement to this suggestion. Then, I'll go back to the heaven realm first. I'll be back soon. At that time, we'll formally conclude the peace agreement, Michael said. After that, light flickered around him, and he was about to leave. Wait, Seito called out. What's wrong, Your Highness Red Dragon Emperor? Michael stopped his light and asked in confusion. I've been studying the demon chess system recently. I want to use it to develop my own chess piece system. So, if possible, I hope to get the detailed production information of Heaven's divine emissary system, Seito explained. Since it's Your Highness Red Dragon Emperor's request. Alright, when I come back next time, I'll give you the detailed information of the divine emissary system, Michael said with a smile. Thank you, Seito nodded and thanked him. Michael, I'll leave the explanation of Valhalla to you. If things don't go well, even Odin will be involved. That would be a headache. Also, after this matter, we'll have to convey it to Mount Meru, Asashel added. Valhalla, also known as the Hall of Valhalla, was the palace used to entertain the Valhalla in Norse mythology. It was the same in this world. To a certain extent, it referred to the Norse mythological forces along with the name Asur. Mount Meru, the sacred mountain in Buddhism. There was nothing to explain. It was the cultivation place of the first generation of monkeys. That's right. After all, it's not convincing to rely on the fallen angel governor and the demon king. Let me convey it. After all, I'm used to reporting to a god. Michael nodded and agreed. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a flap of his wings, he took his subordinates and flew into the sky. I've chosen peace. From now on, the fallen angels will not fight with angels or demons. Those who are not convinced can leave. But, the next time we meet, I'll kill you without hesitation. Those who want to follow me can follow me. After Michael and the fallen angel left, Asashel turned to look at the fallen angel soldiers on standby on the field, and said loudly, Our lives, until our deaths, exist for the sake of the governor. The fallen angels present roared in unison. Thank you. Asashel quietly looked at the fallen angels in the field and thanked them. Then, he gave them the order to leave. Then, the fallen angels activated a magic array and disappeared in a rising light. Then, the demon soldiers also used the magic array to return to the underworld. The rest will be left to Sagex. I'm tired, so I'll go back first. The only remaining fallen angel, Asashel, sighed and walked toward the gate of the school. It seems that there's nothing else here. I'll go back too, Seito said. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned to Sagex and said, Oh, right. Sagex, teach me the details about Devil's Chess later. Okay. Sagex answered straightforwardly. Thank you. Ito thanked him and used teleportation to disappear in front of everyone's eyes. It's going to be a busy night. Sagex sighed softly. The peace talks were interrupted for about half a month. It only restarted in July. On the second day of the talks, the representative of heaven, Archangel Michael, the fallen angel central organization, God's child watcher Governor Asashel, and the representative of the underworld, Demon King Sagex Lucifer, represented their respective forces and signed a peace agreement under the witness of two heavenly dragons Saito. Since then, the three forces' battle became a prohibited matter. It entered a coordinated system. Because the stage of the peace agreement was in Chariot King Academy, the agreement this time was named Chariot King Agreement. Of course, the name of the agreement had nothing to do with Saito, but some things were still related to him. For example, on the day the conference reconvened, Michael sent the production information of Heaven's divine messenger system. For example, after the conference ended. As a greeting gift for talking to Mount Sumeru, Michael, Asashel, and Sagex took away the beautiful monkey that was imprisoned by him. Another example, for some unknown reason, other than Saito, the Vitu Heavenly Dragon, Asashel became the instructor of Riaz's Supernatural Research Society, just like in the original work. I see. I didn't expect this to be the function of the magic circle here, TSK. As expected of the chess piece system made by the two demon kings, Sagex and Achuka, there are some strange things about it. Sitting on the sofa in his rented apartment, Saito looked down at the production information of the devil chess system that Riaz transferred to him and let out a series of exclamations. Phew! I finally understood the main points of the production of the devil chess system. After a while, Saito put down the thick stack of magic information in his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. My lord, please rest for a while. Linari consciously walked to Ito-sei's side, stretched out her hands, gently held his shoulders, and gently massaged. All right. Saito smiled. Then he put the information aside and leaned back on the sofa. He enjoyed Linari's massage. My lord. After a moment of silence, Linari called out. Saito responded in a low voice. If you make a new chess piece, will there be a place for me in it? Linari's face was full of anxiety as she asked softly with both nervousness and anticipation. Your place. Saito opened his eyes and looked at Linari's face, who was looking down at him. There probably will be. But it probably won't be a powerful chess piece. Saito thought about it and said. It's okay, as long as there is, Linari said quickly with a face full of surprise. Saito nodded slightly and didn't say anything else as he closed his eyes again to rest. At this time, Ito-Ching clearly felt that Linari's massage on his shoulder became more attentive, and the feeling he got from it became more comfortable. A position for a chess piece, Saito thought. To be honest, he didn't consider giving Linari a pawn and turning her into one of his dependents. After all, with the original work's impression, Saito didn't have a good impression of Linari. At most, he treated her as an unimportant person. He even had the intention of releasing her after this world ended. But as time passed, Saito's impression of Linari changed a little after she showed enough care for him. His attitude towards her improved, but only a little. He still didn't think of doing anything to her. The reason was still the same. Her performance in the original work affected his evaluation too much. But now that she took the initiative to mention it, Saito couldn't help but think about it. After all, no matter what, there was a fleeting relationship between the two of them. Moreover, after the spiritual seed was planted in her, she had been very attentive to him. It could be said that she was very loyal and had given her heart and soul to him. It was worth it for him to waste a chess piece to bring her into the system of dependent. Let's talk about it when the time comes. After thinking about it, Seito opened his eyes and sat up straight. He flipped his hand and took out the information about the Divine Messenger System that Michael gave him. The so-called Divine Messenger System was the same as the Devil's Chess System. It used a medium to reincarnate humans into the required race and give them a power. But unlike the Devil's Chess System, which used chess as the blueprint, the Divine Messenger System used poker cards. K was the king and the other A to Q were the subordinate. Therefore, the number of people was less than the chess system, only 12. But just like its original creation, the Devil's Chess System, the Divine Messenger System also had the existence of jokers, which were similar to mutated chess pieces. But in the Divine Realm, jokers were a special group. They didn't belong to any K, which was the Seraph's name. They were pulled out and formed into a separate unit to carry out special pardons. For example, Diorio Zialda, who had the brilliant Thunder Prison, a godly annihilation tool that had the ability to control all attributes and change the weather, and later became the leader of the DXD Special Terrorist Operations Countermeasures Team, was a joker. After spending about half a day, Seito finally understood the various contents of the Divine Messenger System and reached the level where he could make divine poker cards according to the book. But it wasn't enough. So Seito stayed at home for 3 consecutive days. Only then did he completely understand the Devil's Chess System and the Divine Messenger System. He could then start the modification of the core circle and the replacement of the rules. But at this time, it was time for him to leave the house again. So from today onwards, the Mare King Academy officially entered its summer vacation. He needed to accompany Riaz and her family back to the underworld to participate in the newcomer orientation. Seito tidied himself up in front of the mirror and left the apartment. He went to the academy and met up with Riaz and the others, who were already prepared. There were 8 people in total. They were the minister, Riaz, the deputy minister, Jurai Himajima, the club member, Kitten Tashiro, Yudo Kiba, Genova, the instructor, Asashel, the tenant, Haiga Tashiro, and the unscrupulous conservation doctor, Seito. Chapter 1737. There wasn't much to say about the journey to the underworld. They went through the normal channels, so after more than an hour, they arrived at the Gemengli residence. But this time, the original 8 people had turned into 7. The other person, Athathiel, went straight to the Demon King's territory without stopping to discuss the aftermath of the peace treaty. Of course, Seito didn't stay with Laius and the others for long. After having lunch with them, Laius' mother, Venerana Gemengli, and Laius' nephew, Milikais Gemengli, he left with Gulifia and went to the lab he used to help people breed. As expected, the female demon Cyndia, who was already showing a little bit of weight, appeared in the lab. As usual, take off your pants and lie down on the bed. Seito didn't stand on ceremony and directly ordered. Cyndia, who was already used to Seito's behavior, was just as straightforward. She quickly took off her clothes, walked to the side of the bed, and lay down. She skillfully spread her legs and put them on the semicircular brackets at the bottom of the bed. After a short while, Seito, who had changed into medical protective clothing, came to the end of the bed. He took the ductile device and carefully opened the cavity, and carefully observed the situation inside. After a while, he nodded and straightened up. "Put your legs down." Cyndia did as she was told. Then Seito walked to the side, pulled the ultrasound device over, and picked up the ultrasound transmitter. "Take off your shirt." Cyndia quickly took off her shirt, revealing a small belly that looked like a beer belly. Seito took some friction fluid, squeezed some cream, and rubbed it on Cyndia's belly. He then used the ultrasound transmitter to grind it open and began to examine her. "My lord, how is it?" Cyndia asked with a nervous expression. "Very good. Everything is normal. As long as you keep this up, I believe you will have a healthy baby in a while." Seito chuckled. "Is that so? That's great." Cynthia exhaled deeply and said excitedly. Don't be so excited. It's not good for the baby. Saito glanced at Cynthia on the bed and reminded her. Yes, my lord. I'll be careful. Cynthia quickly took 2 deep breaths and suppressed her excitement. Okay, you can get up. Saito turned off the ultrasound device. He put down the ultrasound transmitter, took out some tissues from the tissue box and gave them to Cynthia. Thank you. Cynthia thanked him. Itose stood up, took off his medical protective suit, and walked to the door of the laboratory. Everything. Now we're waiting for the baby to be born. Saito said to the silver-haired maid, Gulifia, who was guarding at the entrance. I say itu, Guliatia said the says. Say, the say itu say itt. The to say he returned to the room in the main residence that was temporarily given to him to use and continued his research. In order to make the most suitable chess pieces, Itose prepared 3 sets of plans for the selection of chess pieces. The first set was based on the current Devil's Chess. He eliminated the Devil's Reincarnation Magic Circle and added some other magic circle to replace it. The other abilities and effects would remain the same. The second set was based on the Divine Messenger system. It also eliminated the Angel's Reincarnation Magic Circle. It maintained the original theme. The last set was based on China's Chinese chess. It borrowed the functions of the Devil's Chess system and the Divine Messenger system to create a new chess piece system. However, except for the first set, Saito wasn't satisfied with the designs of the other 2 systems. First, let's talk about the Divine Emissary system. Probably because it was a system developed according to the situation in the Heaven Realm and the rules of the poker game, there was a lot of suppression on the rank. That is, the lower ranks couldn't surpass the higher ranks, and the ranks were too strict. Saito didn't like it. After all, the original reason why he made the chess pieces was to give them to the women in the Rubik's Cube world to increase their abilities. Secondly, it was to make it universal. Although the Chinese chess system didn't have the kind of substantive restrictions on ranks, there were some problems with the rules. For example, the problem of the minister and the scholar not being able to travel far. For example, the problem of the soldier crossing the river was only for the carriage. Although this could be avoided with some methods, the route was still there. Unless he didn't plan to use the chess piece rules to start a game, it was a little worse than the Devil's Chess in this aspect. So in the end, Saito still chose to remove the Devil's Reincarnation Magic Circle in the Devil's Chess and add other strengthening magic circles. It was a simple and practical design to modify the chess pieces. Of course, this was the plan chosen for the popularization of the Rubik's Cube world and the launch of similar ranking games in the future. What he used for himself was a combination of Chinese chess and Western chess, which had no restrictions at all. There are soldiers, cannons, horses, chariots, ministers, scholars, monks, and empresses. These 4 things do not depend on chess. Among them, the soldiers were Western chess pieces with the ability to evolve. They could become any chess piece other than the king, as well as ministers, soldiers, cannons, and so on. The magic circle that was prepared to replace the Devil's Reincarnation Magic Circle was the Body Strengthening Magic Circle. The cannon was the cannon of China's chess pieces, with the ability of precision. The replacement magic circle was also the Body Strengthening Magic Circle, but the strengthening direction was different from the strengthening tip of the soldier chess pieces, with more emphasis. The horse was Western chess's horse, with speed. The Body Strengthening Magic Circle with side strengthening was used to replace the Devil's Reincarnation Magic Circle. The chariot was Western chess's chariot, with high attack and high defense. As for the minister, it was mixed with Western chess queen, with the ability of all chess pieces except the king and soldiers. The replacement magic circle was the multi-element strengthening magic circle. The soldier was a mutated warrior, with the meaning of the ancient assassin, with the ability to sneak and track. The replacement magic circle was the dark element affinity magic circle, or it could be replaced with a magic conductor's core. The monk was Western chess's monk, with magic power. Finally, the emperor was the trinity of generals, and kings, still using the rule that the strength was determined according to the user's own ability. In this way, the framework of the two systems was decided by Sei Ito. Then, in Sei Ito's endless attempts to modify the details of the magic circle to avoid the collapse of the magic circle after the replacement, the night passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the next day. In the morning, Sei Ito, who had a simple wash, and Rias's family had breakfast, then took a train to the city where the new devil gathering was held, the city of the Demon King's territory. After more than 3 hours, the group arrived at the city. As expected of A's city, it looks just like a metropolis in the human world. Getting off the train, Sei Ito came to the platform and looked at the scene in front of him that was almost a replica of a modern city's train station, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Lucifer, the city of the Demon King's territory. This is the old capital of the underworld ruled by the old Demon King, Lord Lucifer," Kiba Yudo explained. Speaking of which, compared to the second heavenly dragon and the red dragon emperor Ito Sei, who became famous in the three realms because of the peace agreement, Shiba Yudo, who was only a demon's follower among the upper echelons of the three realms, knew more than him. "We're going to change to the train now. If we walk on the ground, it'll cause a commotion," Kiba Yudo said again without realizing it. "Ah, it's Princess Rias." At this moment, an excited shout came from the platform. Then, the devils on the platform all looked at Rias, who was wearing the uniform of Kuma Academy. It was as if they were looking at a celebrity that they could only see on TV. Because the minister is the sister of the Demon King. She's also very beautiful, and is very popular among the low-level and mid-level devils, Himejima Jurai said to Sei Ito with a smile. Sei Ito nodded in understanding. To put it bluntly, she was just like a certain Ms. Perfect in his previous life. So many devils. Gasper, who was timid by nature, screamed and hid behind Kitten. "This is really troublesome. Let's take the train before it becomes a commotion." "Did you prepare a special train?" Seeing the situation, Rias sighed helplessly and turned to ask the man in black beside her. Just like how a young lady of a noble family would always bring a few people with her when she went out, these men in black were Rias's followers and bodyguards. They were responsible for taking care of some chores and showing her noble status. "Lady Rias!" The male devil on the platform screamed excitedly. Rias smiled bitterly and waved at the crowd. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, and the group left the platform under the protection of the bodyguard. They came to the train station and took the train that they had just arranged and left the platform. About 5 minutes later, the train stopped in front of a new platform. Then, the group got off the train and followed Rias to the platform's elevator. They took the elevator and moved upstairs. "Everyone, I'll say it again. No matter what happens later, you must treat it with a normal attitude. No matter what they say, you must not do anything. The people up there are our future opponents. Don't show any ugly expressions," Rias said to her followers as the elevator went up. "Especially you, Seiji. Don't make any trouble for me later." Then, Rias glared at Ito Seiji fiercely and reminded him. "Don't worry, your double heavenly dragon is a magnanimous person. I won't lower myself to the same level as a bunch of ignorant people," Sei Ito smiled. Humph. Chapter 1738. P.S. Thank you to 157747860 for your precious monthly vote. P.S. Same as before, pass it on first, change it later. It was worth mentioning that other than Sei Ito, who was bored and shamelessly insisted on coming along, everyone who came to participate in the newcomers' meet and greet were Rias's family members. Unrelated people like Taching Hage were left in Jimengli's mansion. After some time, the elevator finally stopped. Ding! The elevator door opened, and a huge hall instantly came into view. "Welcome, Lord Jimengli." Please come this way. In the hall, a few people who seemed to be servants bowed together. Then, one of them walked out and bowed as a guide. Riaz was in front, Seito was beside her, and the others were slightly behind the servants as they walked into the inner room. Not long after, more than 20 unfamiliar figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Saroj! Riaz greeted one of them. Hearing the greeting, the person turned around and walked over when he realized it was Riaz. The other party was a very young man who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He had black hair and a very strong physique. Judging from his temperament and the feeling he gave off, he was very much like a guy from the Human Realms Society. Long time no see, Riaz. The person who came was none other than Seriog. He smiled. Yes, long time no see. Looks like you're doing well, and there's someone I'm meeting for the first time. He's Sarojbal, my cousin from my mother's side. Riaz smiled as she extended her hand and shook the other party's hand. Then, she turned around and introduced him to her family members and Seito. I'm Sarojbal, the next head of the Ball family. Saroj looked at Junai and the others and smiled. Ball, just like the meaning of its name, was a symbol of nobility. It was the head of the 72 demon gods, the strongest existence below the demon king, and the family of a titled king. Of course, if it was in the God-Slayer world, he was the first disobedient god that Seito killed. In other words, Seito and Baal's family were related. At the very least, he had inherited Baal's priesthood when he was still a god. Saroj, this is Seito. After Saroj introduced himself, Riaz pointed at Seito and introduced him separately. Seito? The true second heavenly dragon, who defeated the White Dragon Emperor and took the White Dragon for himself? Celiag asked in surprise. Sorry, I was rude. Then, he immediately came back to his senses. A friendly smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand. It seems that I am quite famous in the underworld. Seito reached out and shook Saroj's hand with a smile. Not just famous. Saroj shook his head and smiled. Then, both of them withdrew their hands. Speaking of which, what are you doing in this passage? Riaz asked curiously after seeing that the two of them had finished introducing themselves. I just came out because I was a bit bored, Saroj said. Bored? Are the others here too? Riaz asked. Agars and Astaroth are both here. In the end, the one who came was Zafardo. As soon as I arrived, I saw Zafardo and Agars fighting, Saroj explained with a look of disgust. Agars and Astaroth were surnames that represented the two demon god families, Agars and Astaroth respectively. Among them, Agar Seito had seen before. He was the guy who provided the sperm for Seito's initial research. However, Seito did not know if the one who came to the newcomers' meeting this time was that person. As for Astaroth, although Seito had never seen anyone from that family, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, his surname was Astaroth. It was the surname of Beelzebub, one of the 4 demon kings. He was a surpasser like Sajek. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, there was a violent collision sound. Even the entire building seemed to be in an earthquake zone as it shook violently. Hearing the sound, Riaz walked toward the door not far away without hesitation. Saroj, Seito, Junai, and Riaz's family quickly followed. Seriously, that's why I said we don't need to meet before we start. Saroj sighed helplessly. The journey was not long. Soon, the group arrived at the door. On the other side of the wide-open door, there was a scene of ruin. The tables, chairs, and decorations that looked very luxurious were all destroyed and turned into various pieces scattered on the ground. In the middle of the spacious room, there were 2 teams of demons facing each other. Each of them held a weapon in their hands and looked like they were ready to fight at any time. One team looked like they fit the image of the ancient demon legends. They were emitting an evil aura. The other team was more ordinary. It looked like they were adapting to the changes of the times. They looked similar to the modern demon family. Not far from one of the teams, an elegant young man with a gentle expression was sitting beside an undamaged table and chair, leisurely drinking tea. Zerto Road, if you want to fight in this place, I can only accompany you. But you'll die. Do you want to die that much? Even if I kill you, the higher-ups won't blame me. The female demon in the confrontation said with a cold tone. You really dare to say that, stinky woman. It's rare for me to ask you to go to the single room over there for a round. The young lady of Agars has such a tight defense. That's why she's so annoying. That's why no man is always a virgin, right? Seriously, the women of the Demon King's family are all virgins. We're no match for them at all. That's why I asked you kindly if you need a ceremony. The man called Zerto Road said with a light tone. This is a place for everyone to rest before we start. To be precise, this is a place for the young demons to gather and communicate. It's just for the young demons to greet each other. But when the hot-blooded guys gather together, there will definitely be some problems. Even the old demons and the ancient demons are no exception. Saraj on the side explained in a low voice. I didn't want to get involved in unrelated things, but there's no other way. After saying that, he twisted his neck and walked towards the middle of the two groups. Everyone, look at him carefully, Saraj. He's the number one among the young demons. Riaz said softly to Kiba Yuto and the others. Agar's family's Princess Sigbella, Glaciara, Persia family's fierce son, Zerto Road. If you guys continue, I'll be your opponent. Listen well, although I suddenly said this is an ultimatum. If you guys still want to cause trouble, my fist won't be merciful. Saraj said in an arrogant tone as he walked in the middle of the field. From his posture, he really did look a bit like Baal. And these words directly made Zerto Road's face show anger from being looked down upon, and he said without thinking. Baal family's incompetence. Boom! But before he could finish his words, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and then Dolu's body quickly flew to the side of the wall, and with a bang, he fiercely hit the wall, smashing irregular cracks on the solid wall. Plop! Then, Zerto Road fell down from the wall and fainted. I've said it. This is an ultimatum. Saraj said in a low voice as he moved his wrist. Bastard! Damn Baal family! Zerto Road's subordinates angrily scolded. Take good care of your master. This is what you should do the most right now. Even if you challenge me, there won't be any result. The next important event is about to begin. Quickly help your master to recover. Saraj said with a flat expression. Then he turned to look at the Agar's family's woman. There's still time. Go fix your makeup. You can't bring evil things to the event. I know. The Agar's family's woman, who was a bit uncomfortable being looked at, casually responded, and then retreated to the side with her family. Go and call the staff. This place is too damaged, I can't even drink tea with Riaz. Saraj, who used a decisive attitude to resolve the dispute at the scene, ordered the surrounding servants. Riaz. Greetings, Ito-sensei. At this moment, a new voice rang in the ears of Riaz and the others. Greetings, Kana. Riaz turned around and greeted with a smile. The person who came was the student council president, Chiko Kana, and her soldier, Kino Genshiro. Greetings, Kana. Seito smiled. It had to be said that the restoration of the demon realm was very fast. With the help of magic, it didn't take long for the originally dilapidated gathering room to be refreshed with all kinds of necessary items. Then Seito, Riaz, Chiko Kana, and Saraj, who had finished dealing with the remaining matters, chose a corner and sat down. Go and call the staff. This place is too damaged, I can't even drink tea with Riaz. Saraj, who used a decisive attitude to resolve the dispute at the scene, ordered the surrounding servants. Riaz. Greetings, Ito-sensei. At this moment, a new voice rang in the ears of Riaz and the others. Greetings, Kana. Rias turned around and greeted with a smile. The person who came was the Student Council President, Chiko Kana, and her soldier, Kino Genshiro. Greetings, Kana. Seito smiled. It had to be said that the restoration of the demon realm was very fast. With the help of magic, it didn't take long for the originally dilapidated gathering room to be refreshed with all kinds of necessary items. Then Seito, Rias, Chiko Kana, and Saraj, who had finished dealing with the remaining matters, chose a corner and sat down. Chapter 1739. P.S. Thank you to Dreamer for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato and Hihi Divine Word for their rewards. In a bright and spacious room, Seito sat leisurely on a sofa and quietly looked ahead. A pitch-black chess piece floated in front of him, spinning rhythmically as if it was trying to show something to someone. Phew, it's finally done. It's really thanks to the wisdom of my subordinate. Seito let out a long breath and whispered to himself. This was a chess piece that represented the king in Xiang chess, and it was also the system core of the 4 pieces he created, the root of all connections. With the help of the Magic Device Research and Production Department in the Magic Cube world, with the help of the Magic Quantum Computer, they finally came up with the most reasonable manufacturing plan yesterday and sent it to Seito's mind through the power of the Magic Cube. Then it took another half a day for Seito to complete it by himself. Correspondingly, the final version of the chess series and the Chinese chess series were also sent to the Magical Item Production Department of the Rubik's Cube world as a mission. They were to mass-produce them and distribute them to various worlds in coordination with the new round of policy publicity by the Rubik's Cube World Center Management Committee. They were preparing for a game competition similar to the Demon High School World Ranking game. Seito reached out and grabbed the king's chess piece that was still rotating in front of him. In an instant, a deep and mysterious black light seemed to break free from the restraints and obstacles and bloomed out from between Seito's fingers. The bright room was illuminated by the light, and it was now dark and gloomy. Then, after more than 10 seconds, the light slowly disappeared. Seito slowly opened his clenched palm. But at this time, there was no trace of the king's chess piece in his palm. Only the clear lines of his palm appeared in the air. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a gentle knock on the door suddenly sounded. Come in. Seito put down his palm and looked up. Click. The door opened, and a maid walked in from behind the open door. Sir, Miss Rias invites you to the main hall. The maid bowed. I understand. Seito nodded. Then he stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door. Bang! After he walked out of the room, the maid standing by the door casually closed the door. Ha 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 ha. Seito, you're finally out. Seito, who had just entered the hall, immediately heard a burst of hearty laughter. Saroj? Why are you here? Seito turned to look at the person who laughed and asked in surprise. In the middle of the hall, Saroj, dressed in a casual suit, stood in front of a sofa. She was looking at him with a smile. As the master, Lias, she sat on a European-style sofa at the side, elegantly drinking black tea. Under the care of her Empress, Himejima Junai, she smiled and looked at everything in front of her. Don't tell me you forgot? We had an agreement that day. We have to find a time to compete. Saroj raised his eyebrows. Oh, look at me. When Seito heard this, he immediately remembered the agreement they made during the newcomers' meeting. He raised his hand and patted his forehead with an apologetic expression. I've been thinking about the new chess piece recently and forgot about this. Sorry. New chess piece? You also want to participate in the Raja Game Invitational Tournament? Saroj was surprised. The Raja Game Invitational Tournament was a large-scale Raja Game tournament organized to celebrate the signing of the tripartite peace agreement. However, compared to the previous Noble Games where only demons participated, there were more participants this time. Not only were there demons, but there were also other Raja game enthusiasts from other factions who were invited by the governor of the fallen angel. It was a grand occasion. I haven't decided yet. Maybe. Sei-Ito smiled. It would be best if I could participate. I'm looking forward to defeating the E2 heavenly dragon in front of everyone. Saroj said half-jokingly. I hope you still have this confidence after the competition. Ito-sei chuckled non-committally. If you're going to participate in the Raja game, then forget about this competition. Maintaining a certain degree of mystery between the opponents is also the fun of the game. Isn't that right? Saroj smiled. You say it as if I'm definitely going to participate in the Raja game. Sei-Ito smiled. Why not? Saroj asked back. Do you think it's that easy to find a family member? You know, I don't want to make up the numbers. Sei-Ito said angrily. Then, his expression changed. A wretched expression that all men understood appeared on his face as he continued, not to mention, I want to leave the position of family member for my harem. Ugh! Saroj was speechless. Unfortunately, Riaz is the queen. Junai, Kitten, and Genova are all her family members. Otherwise, I would really want to transfer them all to my family. Sei-Ito ignored Saroj and said with a regretful tone. Humph. Hearing Sei-Ito blatantly trying to steal her family, Riaz immediately snorted coldly. Hee. Junai cooperated with her and laughed weirdly out of habit. As for Kitten and Genova, one seemed to be occupied with Black Song upstairs, while the other was training Gasper with Kiba Yudo. They were not in the hall, so they could not express their opinions. Whatever. If that's the case, then I'll just spar. Let me see how powerful this generation's Red Dragon Emperor is after obtaining the title of Second Heavenly Dragon. Saroj shook his head. Riaz, can you help us arrange the venue? Saroj turned to Riaz, who was drinking tea, and asked. Of course. Riaz smiled. She then put down the teacup in her hand and stood up from the sofa. Please follow me. Riaz called out. Then, she turned around and walked out of the house. Sei-Ito and Saroj did not hesitate and quickly followed her. Following Riaz's lead, the group walked out of the mansion and arrived at a spacious field after a few twists and turns. I can't. Let me go. In the field, Gasper, who was being chased around by the volleyball that Genova threw, cried out in a soft voice. No, today's training is not done yet. Hurry up. Genova retorted without hesitation. Yudo-senpai, help. Gasper asked another man in the field for help. For the minister, Gasper, you have to bear with it. Kiba Yudo said softly. Ah, how annoying. Gasper yelled. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a clear clap was heard. Caused Genova and Kiba Yudo to run around the field. Even Gasper, who was not using the artifact to increase his proficiency, was attracted to it. Minister. Kiba Yudo and Genova yelled in unison. Minister. Gasper yelled. All right, stop for now and come here. Riaz, who was standing on the side, said gently. Hearing this, Genova threw away the ball in his hand. Together with Kiba Yudo, they walked towards Riaz. As for Gasper, he ran to Riaz's side the moment she appeared. Saroj, what do you think of this place? Riaz turned her head and looked at Saroj. The field was huge, comparable to a large stadium. The ground was flat like a small plain. The ground was solid, with only a thin layer of sand covering it. It was surrounded by a continuous mountain range. Sure. Saroj smiled. After that, he strode into the field. Seeing this, Sei-Ito also stepped into the field. The two stopped 3 to 4 meters away from each other and looked at each other. Saroj took off the top of his casual suit, revealing the white shirt underneath. He then threw the suit on the ground near Riaz, and began to emit a strong aura. Come. Let me see the strength of Master, Double Heavenly Dragon. Saroj said loudly. After that, his aura expanded and pressured Sei-Ito in an exaggerated manner. On the opposite side, Sei-Ito smiled. His face was calm, and he was not affected by Saroj's aura at all. "I'm coming!" Saroj roared. With a muffled bang, his body suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Sei-Ito. He swung his fist at Sei-Ito's face. Sei-Ito raised his arm and blocked the fist. Boom! A loud noise exploded with the two of them as the center. Then, a visible shockwave in the air swept up the dust and rushed out in all directions. As expected of the double heavenly dragon. He didn't even change after receiving my punch. Saroj, who was still in the posture of punching out, was surprised. Although Saroj was born in the Ball clan, he did not inherit the destructive power unique to the Ball clan. Therefore, his father and his relatives in the Ball clan called him a defective product. He was an existence that was looked down upon. Therefore, he was treated unfairly since young and was even sent to the poorest area of the Ball clan. He lived a miserable life like a lower-rank demon. But even so, Saroj's mother, who was born in the Lion clan, did not give up on him. She strictly urged him to train until Saroj obtained a powerful power and fought his way back to the Ball clan. He defeated his half-brother and obtained the right to be the next successor. Therefore, Saroj's strength did not lie in his magic power, nor in his special ability. Instead, it was his unbelievable strength. In the original work, his strength was so strong that even Hyodo Issei, who used his forbidden move, the Red Dragon Emperor's armor, could not withstand it. Why is there no change? It hurts. Sei-Ito bitterly smiled. That was the truth. Although his body was strong enough to receive Saroj's punch without being injured, he would not feel pain if he did not take it with him. Under this attack that could split mountains, Sei-Ito finally felt the pain that he had not felt for a long time. But in contrast, a feeling of excitement welled up from the bottom of his heart. "I'm not a masochist." Feeling the excitement in his heart, Sei-Ito muttered softly. Then he looked at Saroj and shouted, "Again?" "Okay." Saroj, who was also filled with battle enthusiasm, replied loudly. Then, the two of them did not hold back and began to punch each other in close combat. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent booms and strong wind blasts were produced as the two continued to attack each other, spreading in all directions. So strong. Genova's eyes lit up. "Wah wah, so scary." Gasper hid behind Ria's and said with a trembling voice, as if he was about to cry, "Watch carefully. This is the strength of the number one of the younger generation. But I believe that one day we will surpass him." Ria said softly but firmly. "Yes." Shiba Yudo and the rest of Ria's family replied in unison. In the field, Saroj turned his fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, horns, head, and other parts of his body into weapons. He used the wild fighting style of an ancient berserker to launch a violent attack on Ito Sei. On the other hand, Ito Seiji's expression was calm. His hands and feet moved lightly, blocking and pushing lightly. He looked as if he was in imminent danger at any time, but he was as stable as a rock in the sea. No matter how Saroj bombarded him, he was unable to leave any important attacks on his body. "Ha ha ha ha, awesome, this is so satisfying." In the middle of the attack, Saroj let out a hearty laugh. "What? Are you going to use your ultimate move?" Sei-Ito smiled as he blocked all of Saroj's attacks and turned around, creating craters of different sizes on the ground. "Yes. As expected of the man who obtained the title of Two Heavenly Dragons. I can tell that I can't beat you with my current strength. But I have also sworn that I will not use my other powers unless the underworld is in danger. So let us use our strongest powers for the final attack to determine the winner." Saroj suggested. "Okay." Sei-Ito agreed. Bang. Immediately after, the two of them jumped back after exchanging blows. "Sai, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I couldn't even force out the power of your divine artifact." Saroj, who had retreated, looked at Sei-Ito and sighed. Although the divine artifact is strong, the key is still the user. Only when the user is strong can they be considered strong. Seito smiled. Ha 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 ha, not bad. Only when the user is strong can they be considered strong. Because of his own experience, Saroj, who understood the truth of this sentence very well, laughed and agreed. Come, let us use our strongest attack to end this spar. Saroj said loudly. Kacha, kacha. Then, Saroj clenched his fists, causing the crisp sound of bones cracking. He slightly lowered his body and released all of his magic power. In an instant, a huge amount of magic power exploded from Saroj's body like a tsunami. Seito smiled and silently circulated the power in his body. Chapter 1740. Arg. With a wild roar, Saroj, whose body was covered with a huge amount of magic power like an armor, turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Itose, waving his fist and punching him. Seito remained silent as he lowered himself into a horse stance and calmly threw out a punch. It was as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. There was no fluctuation of power, and it was not a mysterious punch. In the next second, a magic light wrapped around the punch, and it was as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted above the entire field. At the same time, a powerful shockwave, like a level 12 wind, spread out in all directions. The shockwave blew up dust and sand as it rushed out into the distance. Rhea stretched out one arm and erected a magic barrier in front of her and her kin, blocking the shockwave that was blowing in front of them. The unblocked shockwave and sand turned into two torrents as they rushed towards Rhea's and her kin from both sides. Rhea's and the others did not pay attention to the situation on both sides as they quickly looked towards the arena. Almost as soon as their gazes returned to the field, a figure shot out like a cannonball from the barrel, quickly flying backward. It was Saroj. Boom! Then, another loud noise came from the arena. Then, with Seito's feet as the center, an irregular crack that was 7 to 8 meters long appeared on the ground as a large cloud of yellow smoke burst out. Phew! Then, Seito let out a long sigh. He retracted his fist and stood up straight as he looked forward. Right in front of him, Saroj's body flew out for dozens of meters before finally weakening. The power that was poured into his body caused him to fall to the ground. Like a rubber ball, he rolled forward for a few more meters before coming to a complete stop. Then, Seito's figure flashed and appeared beside Saroj, who was in a very sorry state. He extended his hand and said, "Are you okay?" Ahem. Ahem, ahem, I'm fine. Saroj waved his hand and coughed. But from the look of pain on his face, it was obviously not good. It hurts, right? Seito chuckled. Then, without waiting for Saroj to speak, he continued, "You're not bad. You took my upright fist of heaven and earth head-on, and you didn't even break an arm. This is enough to show that your body is strong enough." "Is that fist called upright fist of heaven and earth?" Saroj got up and lowered his head to look at his right hand that was still trembling incessantly. The veins on its surface were bulging, and it looked like a sick chicken's claw. "Yes. Upright fist of heaven and earth. It's a straight punch that I created after referencing the various martial arts that I've practiced." "Not bad," Seito's hand, and he says, as if it's hands claw. "It's more than not bad. Looking at this situation, before the Raja game starts, my hand will probably be crippled." Saroj shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I told you before the Raja game starts, don't spar with Ching, but you didn't stop. Look at what happened now." At this time, Riaz, who came over with her family, shook her head and smiled helplessly. "That's nothing." Saroj smiled nonchalantly. "As long as I don't let the enemy get close to me in the Raja game, I'll be fine. I believe in the strength of my family, they will definitely help me win the Raja game." Rhea shook her head and didn't say anything. She turned around and said, Let's go back to the mansion first and get the doctor to treat you. No need to go through so much trouble. Seito waved his hand and smiled. Then, he reached out and grabbed Saroj's claw-like hand, straightened his arm, and slapped Saroj's arm with his right hand. As Saroj gasped in pain, he used his hidden force to wipe away the various forces that were lingering in his arm's muscle texture and guided them back to Saroj's palm. It didn't take long for Saroj's palm to inflate like a balloon. It was so inflated that one could even see the veins and muscle patterns buried under the almost transparent skin. At this time, Seito, who just happened to move his hand to Saroj's wrist, turned his hand and slapped Saroj's palm. Puff! Puff! In an instant, two muffled sounds were heard. A bloody mist instantly burst out and filled everyone's eyes. Seito waved his arm and turned the bloody mist into a ball and threw it into the distant sky. Looking at Saroj's palm, it didn't look swollen like a ball at all. It was just that the extent of the cracks on his skin was a little out of the ordinary, and it looked quite scary. But it was only scary. With the current medical technology in the underworld, it was only a matter of minutes to heal an injury of this level. Seito, who had the idea of saving a life, did not waste any time. He grabbed a ball of life energy and threw it into Saroj's palm. Under the influence of the life energy, Saroj's palm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, it had completely returned to its normal state. Let's try again. Seito let go of his hand and smiled. TSK, I didn't expect the double heavenly dragon to not only have ridiculous combat power, but even its healing skills are so powerful. And you're even designing your own chess pieces. I really don't know what you don't know. Saroj exclaimed as he clenched and unclenched his fist from time to time. As soon as he said that, compared to Saroj, Riaz and the others, who knew that Seito knew how to make divine artifacts, also looked at Seito inquisitively. They wanted to hear his answer. It's simple. I don't know how to make children. Seito shrugged as he shrugged. Saroj was speechless again. It's okay, I can help you. Genova, who had not forgotten his goal of having children, said, If it's possible, I can do it too. Junai did not back down and agreed. Junai, Genova. Riaz called out with the authority of a minister. All right, what's your choice? Junai ignored Riaz and asked Seito with a smile. Ha ha ha, all of you help me make children. Seito laughed dryly and said shamelessly. If that's the case, then let's get started. Genova said impatiently. Genova! Riaz raised her voice a little as she called out. Minister, do you want to be the first? If it's you, I can wait. Genova turned to look at Riaz and said with a serious face. However, when such a topic was said with a serious tone, it felt very out of place no matter how one looked at it. I really don't want to give up. The first place is going to be taken by the minister. Junai said with a regretful tone. Junai, Genova, enough is enough. Riaz said loudly. Seeing all this, Saroj suddenly felt that his existence was unnecessary. He laughed dryly and said goodbye. Well, I still have training to do. I'll take my leave first. Lias, tell Auntie for me later. Not staying for dinner? Riaz turned to Saroj and said. Nope. Saroj shook his head. He then looked at Seito and continued with a serious face. Seito, I'll go back and train harder. Sooner or later, I'll defeat you. Anytime. Seito's face was full of confidence as he smiled. After that, Saroj said goodbye to everyone and left the training ground. Not long after, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Junai, Genova, let's talk about what we were talking about. After Saroj left, Riaz immediately exuded a powerful aura of oppression as she stared straight at Junai and Genova. Era, is the minister getting serious? Junai said with a smile. That's good too. If we can discuss the sequence of sperm extraction, It'll help the team's unity and increase the chances of pregnancy. Genova, who did not understand the development of the situation, said seriously. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Genova's words, Junai let out a laugh that was filled with joy. Gasper, let's go train. Shiba Yudo suddenly said to Gasper. Gasper first looked at Riaz, then at Junai and Genova. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something and nodded timidly. Okay. Minister, Gasper and I will go train. Shiba Yudo bowed. Go, don't tire yourself out. Riaz waved her hand and ordered. Shiba Yudo and Gasper, who had received permission, quickly left the terrifying aura created by the women. I've just finished preparing the chess pieces and promised to take Kitten's sister, Heigu, as my spouse. I'll go first. Seeing that Shiba Yudo and Gasper had left, Seito, who did not want to be involved in the women's battle, forced a smile. Even though this battle was ultimately caused by his words. Before Seito could make a move, Riaz immediately turned around and asked in surprise, You've prepared a new chess piece? Yeah, I've just finished it before I sparred with Saroj. Seito nodded and admitted. You're going to take Heigu as your spouse? Junai continued to ask. Yes. You know, I've promised her before. Seito continued to admit. What position are you going to give her? Riaz asked again. Probably a monk. After all, she used to be a monk. Seito gave it some thought and answered. Then let's go together. Riaz decided. After that, he reached out and grabbed Itosei's hand without any explanation and pulled him to the room where Heigu was in touching. Minister, are you declaring your sovereignty? Junai's flirtatious voice came from behind. Chapter 1741. A few minutes later, Seito, Riaz, Himejima Jurai, and Genova appeared in Taching Black Song's room. Hey, there are so many people, meow. Taching Heigo, whose chest was still partially open, revealing half of his perfectly round chest and a pair of white and smooth shoulders, looked at the few people who had appeared in the room with interest and said. Beside her was Kitten Taching, who was being pestered by her. Kitten Taching was flipping through the magazine in her hand expressionlessly. My chess pieces are done. So I'll ask you again, are you willing to become my dependent? Itosei stepped forward and stood in front of Taching Heigu, looking at her with a serious face and said. Done. Taching Black Song was surprised. As a captive who had been in the Supernatural Research Society for a long time, she naturally knew about Itosei's plan to change the Go system and develop a normal Go system that was suitable for human use. However, she didn't care too much about it because she didn't think that Seito could develop it in such a short amount of time. After all, the Devil's Chess system was created by the two Demon Kings. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, part of the credit should be due to the dependent system. Heaven's Divine Messenger system was also created by the combined efforts of the 4 Seraphs and 6 Seraph. They replaced part of the magic circles in the Devil's Chess with corresponding magic circles. It was the product of a team and not something that could be done by one person. However, Taching Black Song didn't understand that Seito, who seemed to be alone, was not really alone. Behind him, there was a world existence that could fight against any of the 3 major factions. In terms of the height of the technology tree, it completely crushed the achievements of the various factions in this world. Seito didn't waste any time. He flipped his hand and took out the Black Monk's chess piece. He placed it in front of Taching Black Song's eyes. Hey, you really made it, Taching Black Song said in surprise as she took the chess piece and flipped it in front of her. How about it? What's your choice? Seito said calmly. You should know about me, right? Taching Heij raised his head and looked at Itosei's face with a rare serious expression. I once killed my own master. Even so, you still want to recruit me as your dependent? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you one day? As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the room immediately became stagnant. Especially the kitten of Deshang, who had not reacted before. Its pupils contracted, and its body trembled slightly. He could feel the change in the kitten. Seito turned around and walked to the kitten. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He gently stroked her back to comfort her as he answered without looking back. Seeing Seito's actions, Deshang Heiji's eyes changed slightly, but he did not say anything. "It's okay. If I don't even have this bit of confidence, then I wouldn't be myself." Seito turned his head halfway and looked at Deshang Heigu. "Even if we take a step back, do you have the ability to kill me?" "That's not necessarily true. Direct attacks are not the only way to kill someone," Deshang Heigu said with a charming smile. At this time, Deshang Heigu had returned to normal. When she realized that Seito was hugging her, she immediately pushed him away with a red face. She turned around and walked to the side. "Poison, sneak attack, contact with outsiders for an ambush, are you referring to these?" Seito shrugged and turned around to look at Deshang Heigu. "That's right, Miao," Deshang Heigu said with a smile. "You can try and see who's the unlucky one in the end." Seito narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Although these words were said casually and without any imposing manner. But for some reason, Deshang Heigu suddenly felt a sense of danger in her heart, causing the fur on her tail to stand up. Deshang Heigu quickly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. She looked seriously at Seito in front of her and then suddenly smiled. "Since you're so confident, then I'll accept your invitation." As she said that, she played with the black chess piece that represented the monk in her hand. "I've thought about it," Seito finally confirmed. "Of course. It's time for me to find a food master," Deshang Heigu said with a charming tone. These words revealed that she was not Wally's dependent. Instead, she still maintained the body of a lost demon. She was just in the form of a mercenary team in a novel in another world, together with Wally and the beautiful monkey. Of course, these words were just a joke. If anyone really thought that Deshang Heigu wanted to find a food master, then that person was a big fool. After all, with her strength, even if she really became a dependent, she had reached the stage of breaking away from the system and becoming an independent king. There was no need for her to mess around behind a dependent. "I, in the name of Seito, give the order. I officially recognize thee, Deshang Heigu, as my dependent." Seito did not care about her joke and directly shouted in a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the king's chess piece in his body shook slightly and emitted an inexplicable wave, connecting to the monk's chess piece in Deshang Heiji's hand. Then in the next moment, the monk's chess piece suddenly bloomed with bright light. With the help of a strange magic array that suddenly appeared behind Deshang Heigu, it slowly sank into Deshang Heiji's body. Half a minute later, the light of the magic array disappeared, and Deshang Heigu, who did not change at all, appeared. It's been a long time since I last felt it." Deshang Heigu opened her eyes and felt the magic surging in her body. She chuckled. "From now on, you're my master. The great two heavenly dragon." Then, Deshang Heigu looked up at Seito and said with a very seductive and charming expression, "Congratulations, it's a success. You've received a good dependent." Seeing that everything was over, Riaz on the side congratulated him. "It's a pity that I can't take all of you as my dependent," Seito said regretfully. "By the way, Miao, master, do you need me to serve you in bed?" At this moment, Deshang Heiji's voice sounded in the room again. As soon as she said that, the atmosphere in the room became strange again. Riaz, Junai, and Kitten all looked at Seito. Deshang Heigu, who did not seem to notice that the atmosphere in the room had become strange, continued to speak. "I want a dragon's child. A very powerful dragon's child. Although I've asked Wally, I was rejected. So, it's only you, master. A dragon based on humans is very rare, Miao. And if it's the A2 heavenly dragon, the DNA is enough. I want to keep a child." So, I need a DNA provider, meow. Her words were very similar to Genova's goal. Seito could not help but recall the incident that happened in the equipment warehouse in the Horse King Academy. Thinking of this, Seito looked at Genova. Another one. Really, why are all of them like this? Riaz lifted her hand to caress the demon and said helplessly, "As expected, having a child with a dragon is the best choice." Genova seemed to have found a like-minded person as her eyes shone brightly. Hee. Junai did not say anything. She only lifted her hand slightly and covered her mouth as she let out an ambiguous laugh. "No way. I won't give master to sister." At this moment, Kitten suddenly rushed in front of Seito and opened her arms. She stared at Deshang He-go like a mother hen protecting her young. "Bai-in, you don't have a say in this. Now that I'm master's dependent, it's normal for me to do some intimate activities with master that exceed the limits," Deshang He-go said proudly. At the same time, she used a spatial spell derived from the boundary technique to jump to Seito's side. She reached out her hands and hugged Seito's body from behind, pressing her plump breasts against his back. "Isn't that right, Master Chan?" Deshang He-go poked his head out from Seito's shoulder and licked his neck. Master tastes so good," Deshang He-go said with misty eyes. He-go leave Cheng's side. Riaz's eyes flashed with anger as she said in a low voice, "Yes. Although you also want master's sperm, this kind of thing has to be first come, first served. It's not your turn yet." Genova agreed. It was just that the content of what she said really made people speechless. Crackle, crackle, although Junai didn't say anything, a ball of lightning appeared in his hand. "Big sister." The kitten also stared at Deshang He-go. What an interesting change. Seeing the change in the scene, Deshang He-ji's face showed a mischievous smile. Then, he said again, "Master, as long as you want, any position is fine." Adding fuel to the fire. Seito sighed. Then, he didn't waste any more words and directly teleported away from the room. Humph. Seeing Seito disappear, Riaz let out a cold snort. Junai put away the ball of lightning in his hand. Genova sighed with regret. Clearly, from her point of view, she missed this rare opportunity. "Bai-in, please take care of me in the future," Deshang He-go said softly as he looked at the angry kitten with a smile. Humph. The kitten turned her head to the side and ignored He-go. As for the other side, Ito-sei, who returned to the room assigned to him by the Gemengli family, didn't stay for long. After leaving a mark in an inconspicuous place, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the room. He returned to the rented apartment in the human world. Master. As expected, Lineri, who stayed in the apartment, immediately greeted with surprise. Seito flipped his hand and took out a black soldier chess piece and threw it to Lineri. Pa. Lineri raised her hand and caught the chess piece. "This is..." Linali exclaimed in surprise and excitement when she saw the item in her hand. "The chess piece I promised you before. Fuse with it," Seito said calmly. "Yes." Chapter 1742. P.S. Thank you to Snow Domain Phoenix and Open Sky 9 Nights for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and 9090405991 for their tip. Nighttime, Gimli family, Seito's room. Along with the appearance of a magic circle emitting white light, Taching Heiji's figure appeared in the room. Then, without waiting for the light of the magic circle to dissipate, Tashiro Black Song jumped onto the spacious noble bed in front of her and sat on Ito-sei's body, who was looking at her with his eyes wide open. "Master, I'm here." Taching He-go lowered her body and stuck out her tongue to gently lick Seito's neck as she spoke in a tender voice. "Let's start mating." Mating. As soon as the word came out, a thick and unhealthy strong feeling emerged from Seito's heart. But apart from that, a strange feeling of excitement also surged in his heart, making Sei Ito feel a little moved. Are you trying to stop me from making a move on Kitten? But although his heart was moved, Sei Ito did not make any actions to go along with it. Instead, he looked into Heiji's eyes and said indifferently. As soon as his voice fell, touching Heiji's seductive actions immediately stopped. Master, what are you talking about? I really want to mate with Master and give birth to a child with dragon genes. But immediately, touching Heigu returned to normal. She gently pulled open Sei Ito's clothes to reveal his firm chest and gently caressed it while saying in a sweet voice, I know why you killed that guy and became a lost demon. Sei Ito, who was feeling touching Heiji's caress, looked up at the ceiling and said softly, It was to protect Kitten, right? Hearing this unexpected answer, touching Heiji's actions paused again. Because the truth of this matter should only be known to her and the demon she killed. In addition, the demon was already dead, so the reason for what happened back then was a secret that only she knew. She did not expect another stranger to reveal it now. This made touching Heiji's heart skip a beat. His expression, which was hidden in the darkness, was somewhat stiff. Master, what are you talking about? Are you trying to find a reason to make me feel touched? It's useless. If there comes a day when I'm really not satisfied, I'll still kill Master just like how I did back then. Desheng Heigu softly said. You're lying again. Sei Ito sighed softly. Just now, I clearly heard the change in your heartbeat. This kind of physiological change can't be a lie. That's just because she's in heat, Desheng Heigu retorted without hesitation. Then she reached out and grabbed Sei Ito's arm, placed his palm on her chest, and said coquettishly, I don't believe you. Master, feel it and see if it's jumping just as fast now. In an instant, a soft and warm feeling was transmitted from her palm. At the same time, a strong rhythmic heartbeat came from Desheng Heiji's body. Don't worry, I won't touch Kitten. She's still too young. I'll wait until she grows up. When she's willing, then I'll touch her. Sei Ito ignored Desheng Heiji's deliberate disguise and seduction as he continued speaking. Desheng Heigu heard this and became silent. Sei Ito didn't rush him and allowed Desheng Heigu, who had stopped moving, to lie on his body. Creak. However, at this moment, a soft sound came from the door, attracting the attention of Desheng Heigu and Sei Ito. Then, they saw that behind the door, which was wide open, Riaz, who was wearing a light pink translucent chiffon nightgown, walked into the room with a gloomy face. I knew you would come here at night. Riaz looked at Desheng Heigu, who was still lying on Sei Ito's body, and said in a low voice, Because it's a rare Master Meow, as his dependent, of course I have to sleep with Master. Isn't that right? Desheng Heigu said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he purposely stuck out his tongue and licked Sei Ito's chest. Master's taste is really mesmerizing, Desheng Heigu said, as if he was intoxicated. You! Riaz glared at Desheng Heigu. Then, she made up her mind and walked to the bed without hesitation. She lowered her body and sat on the edge of the bed. She lifted her legs and sat on Sei Ito's bed. I'll sleep here tonight. Riaz took off her pink pajamas and underwear so that she was completely naked. She turned sideways and hugged one of Ito-sei's arms tightly in her arms. Aya, is the princess also in heat? Desheng Heigu said with interest. Heigu, pay attention to your status. Riaz said seriously. Are you trying to use your status to pressure me? But don't you forget. I'm Master's dependent. Desheng Heigu said with a smile, unmoved. Master, you won't chase me away, right? Then, Desheng Heigu was like an abandoned kitten. Desheng Heigu made a pitiful expression and asked timidly. Seeing this, Sei Ito couldn't help but show a speechless expression. Era, it's so lively. Just then, accompanied by a familiar voice and way of speaking, Himejima Junai appeared in front of the door in a black lace underwear. I think you don't mind me being here too, right? As she said that, Himejima Junai walked to the bedside and crawled into Sei Ito's blanket. She laid down on the other side of him and smiled at Rias, who was on the other side of the bed. As a result, Sei Ito was tightly surrounded by Himejima Junai, Deshang Heigo, and Rias from the left, the middle, and the right. Fortunately, that was all. Perhaps Genova was asleep, or he didn't think about the night attack, but he didn't appear after Himejima Junai. Deshang Heigo was probably really asleep, so she didn't join in the fun. This made Sei Ito feel relieved. Okay, time to sleep. Sei Ito, who was having a headache from the secret battle between the three, growled and activated his psychokinesis to close the door. He then took Rias and Junai into his arms and used his psychokinesis to press Deshang Heigo onto his body. He then used telekinesis to take off her clothes and hugged the three to rest. Meow. Deshang Heigo, who felt a slight chill on her body, squinted her eyes and let out a low cry. However, she didn't resist. She smiled and looked at Rias and Junai on both sides. She then openly reached out and hugged Sei Ito, her legs intertwined with his legs. She then lowered her head and found a comfortable position to rest. Because of Deshang Heigo, Rias and Junai, who could no longer look at each other, retracted their gazes and shrunk into Sei Ito's embrace. Just like that, they maintained the state of being sandwiched between each other, and the night passed peacefully. The next day, in the morning, after a quiet breakfast, Heigo, from today onwards, you'll be the one to train Kitten on the use of divine energy. Sei Ito, who had followed Rias and the others to the training ground behind the mansion, turned his head and said to Deshang Heigo, who was standing beside him, "Master, are you trying to help the princess and the others improve their abilities and win the raiding game?" Heigo asked with interest. "You've heard about it too?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. "Don't forget, I'm living in the Gimli family's mansion now. You can find out about this kind of thing if you put in a little effort," Deshang Heigo said with a smile. "That's true. After all, this is Rias's first battle with the opponent. It's normal for her to be noticed," Sei Ito said with a smile. "How about it? Can I?" Sei Ito asked again. "Since it's master's order, I can," Deshang Heigo said with a smile. Sei Ito nodded and called out to Deshang Heigo, who was in the middle of the training ground, "Kitten, come here for a moment." Hearing the call, Deshang Heigo walked over. "Kitten, I'm going to let Heigo guide you in the cultivation of immortal arts. Is that okay with you?" Sei Ito asked when Kitten came closer. Kitten raised her head and looked at Heigo without saying anything. "You also want to help Rias. You don't want Rias to lose in this raiding game, right?" Sei Ito said softly. The kitten nodded silently. "If that's the case, then learn immortal arts from Heigo. You should know that in terms of the number of dependents, you have a lot less than the student union president. You'll definitely be suppressed by the opponent during battle. That's why you have to increase your own strength and learn 1 or 2 ultimate skills to turn the tide. For you, cultivating immortal arts is the best choice. After all, you have the foundation, don't you?" Sei Ito stated. "I can cultivate on my own," Kitten said softly. "Let Heigo guide you. After all, immortal arts aren't magic that you're familiar with. It's a very dangerous cultivation system. If you don't master it well, you'll hurt yourself. You don't want to lose people before the competition even starts, right?" Sei Ito chuckled. Just as Sei Ito said, immortal arts were a very dangerous power. That was because it came from a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. However, unlike the cultivation system, which absorbed it selectively, it was fearless. But one had to know. The heaven and earth energy wasn't all positive energy. It was also filled with a large amount of negative yin energy. If one wasn't careful, one's body would be taken over by the yin energy and become a beast that only knew how to kill. Therefore, before cultivating to a certain level, immortal arts would increase the user's combat power and damage by almost the same amount. One would need an expert who was proficient in immortal arts to guide them. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Then, okay. Deshang Go thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I can finally play with Bai-in again. Big sister is so happy. Hearing Kitten's answer, Gu immediately jumped to Kitten's side and reached out to hug her, rubbing his face against hers. Go. Saito smiled. Then, Deshang Go brought Kitten to a forest not far away. Like the cultivation of the main world, the best place to cultivate immortal arts was still in the deep mountains and forests. Because such places were far away from the mortal world, there was relatively less negative energy. Moreover, there was a lot of peaceful natural life energy. It was one of the best places for beginners to come into contact with immortal art. Thank you. After the two left, Riaz walked over and thanked him softly. Between the two of us, there's no need to thank me. Saito smiled. Then, Saito stayed on the training ground for a while longer. Then, he bid farewell to Riaz and the others and wandered around the underworld. Although the underworld is vast and sparsely populated, it doesn't seem to be the best place to connect. Saito thought to himself as he wandered around the land of the underworld near the Gemengli family's mansion. Then, with a thought, a dimensional transfer magic array appeared under his feet. In a burst of light, he quickly disappeared from the underworld. The next moment, Saito's figure appeared in the sky above the town in the human world. Then, Saito's figure flashed again and disappeared from where he was. A moment later, in the deep sea south of Nippon Island, Saito's figure reappeared. Rubik's Cube, explore the space in an area of 1,000 kilometers. Saito ordered in his mind. In an instant, a strange energy fluctuation that ordinary people could not feel spread rapidly with Saito as the center. It disappeared from his perception almost in the blink of an eye. Then, after about half a minute, the Rubik's Cube's information appeared in Saito's mind. Detection complete. No complete auxiliary world found, no half-dimension found, no special space found, space bubbles found. Asterisk 334. After browsing the information in his mind, Saito nodded slightly and ordered again, filter all the space bubbles and select the largest one to capture. Yes. Then, another special wave spread out with Saito as the center. Probably because of the need to capture the space bubbles for migration, the speed this time was a little slower. It was not until almost a minute later that the Rubik's Cube's successful answer came in his mind. Then Saito turned his hand and took out a short stick made of copper essence. Using his mental power as a carving knife, he engraved mysterious and complex marks on the copper essence stick. After a while, Saito, who had turned the copper essence stick into something, ordered again, Rubik's Cube, fix the captured space bubbles on this stick in my hand. Although there was no anomaly, Saito clearly felt that the copper essence stick in his hand exuded a subtle aura that was different from before. It's done, Saito secretly said. Then his figure moved and rushed out to the sky like a rocket. After a long while, with the sudden disappearance of the resistance around him, Saito's figure appeared in the cosmic orbit of the Demon University's human world. He placed the space marker made of copper essence in the geosynchronous orbit and rotated with the Earth like a satellite. It's time to see the situation of the space bubbles. Thinking of this, Saito stretched out his hand and pointed at the space marker. A dark space crack appeared in front of Saito in a flash. Saito flashed and got into the space crack. Chapter 1743. This wasn't a big space, only the size of a normal house. It was completely dark inside, without any elements or substances. It was like a real void. Fortunately, I'm not going to do anything too exaggerated with this space. Otherwise, just transforming it would be troublesome. Looking at everything in front of him, Ito sighed softly. Then, Seito flicked his 5 fingers and shot out 5 rays of red, yellow, red, black, red, green, and gold light into the space. 5 rays of light shot out and quickly disappeared into the pitch-black space. In the next moment, the space trembled slightly. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energy faintly filled the space. After that, Itosei didn't stop. He continued to shoot the 5 elements' primordial energy all over the space. He didn't stop until more than half of it disappeared. But at this time, the originally silent space became a lot more lively. One could clearly feel the vitality of the space. But this wasn't enough for Seito. Then, Seito moved his mind again. Then, a large pile of soil that was nearly a meter thick appeared in the space. It seamlessly filled the space, and became the soil of this empty space. It was also at this time that the originally somewhat disorderly 5 elemental energy in the space came to a stop. Under the guidance of the soil, which occupied an important part of the space, the 5 elemental energy began to circulate and alternate, causing the space to transform from disorderly to orderly. Seeing this, Seito nodded with slight satisfaction. But his hand didn't stop there. He gently waved his hand. A hole about 3 meters in diameter and half a meter deep appeared on the ground. Then, Seito released his spiritual energy and began to draw at the bottom of the hole. In 3 to 4 minutes, a stream of water silently emerged from the bottom of the hole and turned into a puddle. Under the subsequent replenishment of water, the puddle slowly filled up. At this time, Seito flipped his hand again. A small branch that was not even as long as an adult's forearm with a dark green leaf on it appeared in his hand. He gently tossed it. Then, he threw it into the center of the rising puddle. In an instant, the falling tree branch paused for a moment before plunging straight into the center of the puddle. The branch trembled slightly. Seeing this, Seito waved his hand and threw a ball of world energy at him. With the help of the fist-sized power of the world, Yizichin was able to make a breakthrough. It was as if the little twig had eaten a huge amount of fertilizer. It began to grow rapidly. In just a short while, it grew from its original height of less than an adult's forearm to nearly a meter in length. Its roots were deeply embedded in the soil. "When can you connect?" Seito asked. "Looks like I'll have to spend another sum of money." Seito sighed helplessly after a moment of silence. With that said, Seito flipped his palm again, creating a ball of world energy, and threw it at the small branch in the center of the waterhole. "Now that earth, water, and wood have something to rely on, it's time to get metal and fire." After saying this, Seito's palm suddenly produced a ball of blazing white light the size of a blue ball, and he threw it into the air above the space. "Freeze!" After the ball of light flew to the top of the space, Seito shouted in a low voice. In an instant, the ball of light seemed to be stuck to something with glue, quietly staying in the air like a small artificial sun, illuminating the originally dark space. Then, Seito withdrew his gaze, took out several sharp swords, and arranged them at the edge of the space in the way of the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams. At this point, the 5 elements' energy in the space had completely stabilized. Finally, it can be used. Now you're the only one left. Seito looked at the twig in the puddle and said. As if it could understand Seito's words, the small body of the twig trembled slightly, stirring up ripples in the water that had just filled the hole. Seito smiled slightly, then took out a large full tank of oxygen, put it at his feet, and turned on the switch. In an instant, a clear sound of air spraying rang out in the incomparably silent space. Then, Seito once again summoned a large ball of 5 elements energy and threw it into the space, then activated the dimensional transfer magic array. In the bright white light rising, he disappeared from the space that had changed greatly. A few days later, with the sudden appearance of a magic array, Seito's figure emerged from the exploded light beam and reappeared in the transformed space bubble. "Phew, the air quality is good," Seito, who came to the side of the empty oxygen tank, said to himself. Then, with a thought, he put away the oxygen tank and looked up at the twig in the puddle. It has grown a little taller, now more than 1 meter tall, reaching 2 meters tall. If it grows a little taller, it will reach the height where it can ride a bus. Seeing this, Seito nodded, and without hesitation, he made a fist-sized ball of world force and threw it at the little sapling. Is it done? Seito said to himself. Okay, let's start. After a short silence, Seito spoke again. The moment he spoke, a strange wave spread from Seito's body and rushed straight to the twig in the puddle in front of him. At the same time, the twig, which felt the strange energy wave, trembled slightly, and its whole body suddenly bloomed with a green light. Almost at the same time when this green light appeared, the wood elemental yuan qi in the whole space surged wildly, bursting out a powerful life elemental energy, making the whole space seem to have entered into a state of accelerated time. A large number of weeds crazily grew on the originally bare land, and in the blink of an eye, they grew to the height of a small adult, exuding a fresh smell of grass. Fortunately, this burst of energy did not last long, only a little more than half a minute, and the burst of energy stopped. Then, a mysterious and unfathomable power that was even more profound than pure spatial power spread out from the twig, blurring the 1 meter radius in the puddle it was in. It was as if that space had been filled up by something. At this time, Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and stepped toward the twig. Space distortion effect, so close yet worlds apart. Seito, who stepped on the water like an immortal, came within a 1 meter radius of the twig, and felt the space change in this area. Then, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared in another space. This was a vast and boundless forest. A gigantic tree so tall that its crown could not be seen stood in the middle, making a pleasant rustling sound in the breeze that occasionally blew past. This giant tree was none other than the world tree planted in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, this new world was none other than Seito's Rubik's Cube world. Is this how the world trees transfer between each other? It's really amazing. Seito turned around and looked at the tall world tree with a chuckle. By the way, speaking of this, how many world trees have you contacted during this time? Seito asked. Why only 2? Seito raised his eyebrows. I see. Got it. Once the connection here stabilizes, I'll go take a look at the 2 worlds you've connected to. Seito, who understood the reason, smiled. Then, he stepped out again and reappeared in the modified space bubble with the help of the world tree's power. Seito, who reappeared at the edge of the puddle, turned around and looked at the new sapling formed by the branches of the world tree with satisfaction, and then activated the dimensional transfer magic circle to leave the space bubble. The reason why Itose spent so much effort to change the space bubble and spend the power of the world to cultivate a new branch of the world tree was very simple. He wanted to add a new transfer method, hoping to find a way to avoid the effects of the dimensional leap. The other reason was because he was being careful. After all, the world of the Demon High School was a large world made up of 3-in-1 and many smaller worlds, and it was filled with gods, demons, and other powerhouses. It was basically impossible to complete the conquest of this world and devour it, so it was very difficult to take Riaz and the others away. It could not be helped. Riaz's sense of responsibility was just too strong. For the Gimli family, she could not leave with Seito when he left. As a result, her family, Junai, and the others could not leave with him, and could only stay in this world and be separated from him. So to solve this problem, even if Riaz left, she could return to the underworld at any time, or Seito could come here at any time to avoid the effects of the time difference. He remembered the movement method of the world tree that he had almost forgotten, and that was why he made those modifications and arrangements. As for why it was so troublesome to make space, a space bubble, and a defensive magic circle, it was because there were too many gods and god-level beings in this world. While the Rubik's Cube world did not have a unified combat force, it would still cause a lot of damage if an invasion happened. So, for the safety of the Rubik's Cube world, it had to be done. Someone said that there were Norse gods in this world, right? If there was Odin, then there should be something like the World Tree, right? Why not just let the World Tree contact them? It was not that Ito did not consider this at first, but then he remembered that the other side was a Norse god, and they were not absolutely peaceful with the demons. They were also considered enemies. Plus, the World Tree was not something that normal people could come into contact with, so he instinctively ruled out this option and used another World Tree as the connecting portal for future teleportation. The next moment, Ito's figure returned to the Gimli family in the underworld, and he was flirting with Rias, Junai, and the others while waiting for the connection between the World Tree to stabilize. Chapter 1744. Just like using the Rubik's Cube to carry out dimensional travel, it was often affected by dimensional fluctuations and the current dimensional leap. The travel between the world trees was also very unstable. It required a period of waiting for the connection between the two trees to become stable. Only then could it carry out dimensional travel across worlds and across the sea of stars. Otherwise, it would be the same as other methods, where it would be affected by dimensional tremors and dimensional winds during travel, breaking the connection and causing the user to be lost in the endless dimensional sea. And this referred to the connection between two world trees that had enough consciousness to survive. If it was a new world tree or one that had not lived long enough, not to mention that it would take a long time to stabilize after establishment, even establishing a passage between the two might not be successful. Therefore, the world tree's consciousness and ability were insufficient. This was also one of the reasons why it took so long for Ito's world tree to establish a stable connection with the world trees of two other worlds. As for the other reason, it was the dimensional winds, dimensional tremors, and the dimensional leap that had recently affected the entire dimensional sea. Fortunately, although the sapling used by Ito was small, it was still directly split from the big tree, so there was a certain guarantee in terms of consciousness and age. In addition, the two came from the same body, so it was easy to fuse and interconnect with each other without any obstacles. Moreover, it was nourished by Ito's world force, so as long as the connection could be stabilized at the very beginning, with the two coming from the same body, the passage would completely stabilize in no time. Amidst the leisurely and lively atmosphere, it was August 27th in the blink of an eye, the night before the official rating game with Tsichu Kangna. On this day, the former governor of the Fallen Angels, Athaziel, who had been busy and nowhere to be seen, finally appeared in the Jumanli mansion and gathered everyone together. Very respectfully, Ito was also one of the people who was not chased away. He came with Rias and the others to a spacious room in the mansion and sat down. Rias, how much does Kangna Sytry know about the Jumanli family? After everyone was seated, Athaziel looked at Rias and asked, "You know the general idea, right? For example, he knew the main weapons of Yudu, Junai, and Genova. He probably even knows about Gasper's divine artifact and Kitten's potential abilities," Rias explained with a headache. "Well, that means you've basically seen through everything. Then, how much do you know about him?" Asashur sighed and asked in return. "I know the abilities of Tsang Na, the Vice President Uqueen, and the others. Although there are some whose abilities cannot be determined," Rias replied. "It's all unfavorable." Well, it didn't matter if it was a competition or an actual battle, these were all common occurrences. There were also examples of divine artifacts evolving and changing in battle. As long as he was careful, he would be fine. "Are there 8 opponents?" Asashel explained as an old man who had been on the battlefield. "Yes." 1 a king, 1 a queen, 1 chariot, 1 a knight, 2 monks, and 2 soldiers. There were a total of 8 people. They don't seem to have used all their pieces. They have 2 more pieces than me, Riaz explained. In a raiding game, there are all kinds of people. Strength, skill, warlock, support. Among them, Riaz is considered a warlock. In other words, she is the type with excellent magic power. Junai is the same. Sawfield is a skill type. He is someone who uses speed and skill in battle. Genova is a strength type who excels in speed. He is the type who kills in one hit. Gasper is a support type who is closer to skill. Kitten is a strength type. As he spoke, a Satchel opened a piece of white paper on the table. As if he was drawing a battle plan, he wrote everyone's name on the paper and roughly designed a reasonable battle formation. From the drawing, it looked like a dungeon exploration team. If he didn't know that World of Warcraft didn't exist in this world, Seito would have asked a Satchel if he was a horde or an alliance. The most important thing to pay attention to for a strength type is reflection. This is the most troublesome among the skill type. Although there are reflection types in the divine artifact. But when fighting against this type of opponent, Kitten and Genova, who are strength types, will often reverse the situation because of one hit. Reflection can return the opponent's strength and your own strength. The stronger your attack, the more damage you will receive. After giving a rough description of the formation, Athashel began to explain the characteristics of the combatants. It sounded like the so-called reflection in Tai Chi, the Ming Sect's Heaven and Earth Great Shift, the Shifting Flower Palace's shifting flowers into trees, and the Murong family's stellar transposition. These martial arts were similar in nature. They were all techniques that used the opponent's strength and your own strength to attack the enemy. For reflection, just use strength to overwhelm the opponent. Genova said in a domineering manner. Although you can do that. If the opponent is a genius who is proficient in that path, then it's a different story. At that time, try to avoid attacking. For those with reflection, let Junai who uses magic or Sawfield, who is a skill type, or even Gasper who has the special ability of a vampire. No matter what, you have to consider proportionality. Strength types are very strong. However, it is too risky to fight against a skill type. A Satchel shook his head. Hearing this, Genova could not help but fall silent. Looking at her expression, it seemed like she did not understand. How about this, Genova? Use your strongest strength to attack me. Seeing this, Seito could not help but say from the side. Huh! Genova's face was filled with confusion. Aren't you a little confused? Then let's test it out. Seito stood up and said. All right then. Genova nodded in agreement, then stood up as well. Seeing the two of them like this, the others tactfully walked to the side, leaving an empty space for the two of them to fight. Yah! At this moment, Genova shouted in a low voice. She swung her fist at Seito. Seito raised his hand to block. Although his arm moved later, it arrived first and hit the inside of Genova's wrist. Then, with a twist, he grabbed Genova's wrist with the back of his hand. As he moved sideways, he pulled Genova's wrist to the side, instantly pulling her away. Genova staggered a few steps forward. Do you understand now? Seito asked with a smile. Genova's face showed that she was deep in thought. It was clear that even though it was just a simple exchange, Genova, who had a decent combat talent, had vaguely grasped the key points. The reason why a skill type is a skill type means that they have a certain level of skill. Therefore, in front of a strength type who does not have the same level of skill, a skill type has a strong advantage. Therefore, the risk is very high. Seito continued after seeing that Genova seemed to understand. I understand. Genova nodded. All right then, I'll continue. A Satchel nodded. Riaz, if there is a reflex ability user among Tsang NyasYTRY's followers, they might go straight for Kitten. If Kitten's outburst is too strong, a reflex attack will be enough to eliminate her. When the time comes, you have to plan your strategy well, Asashel said. Riaz nodded, indicating that she understood. After that, Asashel talked about some matters that needed to be taken note of and sent everyone out. Probably because they knew that there was going to be a big battle, the night passed peacefully. Whether it was Riaz, Junai, or Genova, none of them attacked Sei Ito at night. As for Black Song of Taching, after their conversation that night, other than being very seductive and provocative, she never climbed into Sei Ito's bed again, which made Sei Ito feel a little regretful. The next day, everyone woke up early and washed up, then watched Riaz and her followers disappear from their sight. The reason why they did not go with them, other than the fact that they were not participants, was because they had received a VIP invitation from the Demon King's side. They planned to go to the venue with Asashel later to watch the competition. Time did not make Sei Ito wait for long. About 10 minutes after Riaz and her followers left, Asashel appeared in front of Sei Ito. Together with him and his followers, Black Song of Taching, they went to a portable magic circle under Jiming City that led to the competition venue. They used the magic circle to enter the competition venue. One hit will be enough to eliminate you. When the time comes, you have to plan your strategy well, Asashel said. Riaz nodded, indicating that she understood. After that, Asashel talked about some matters that needed to be taken note of and sent everyone out. Probably because they knew that there was going to be a big battle, the night passed peacefully. Whether it was Riaz, Junai, or Genova, none of them attacked Sei Ito at night. As for Black Song of Taching, after their conversation that night, other than being very seductive and provocative, she never climbed into Sei Ito's bed again, which made him feel a little regretful. The next day, everyone woke up early and washed up, then watched Riaz and her followers disappear from their sight. The reason why they did not go with them, other than the fact that they were not participants, was because they had received a VIP invitation from the Demon King's side. They planned to go to the venue with Asashel later to watch the competition. Itosei did not have to wait for long. About 10 minutes after Riaz and the others left, Asashel appeared in front of Itosei. Together with Itosei and his family, Black Song, they went to a portable magic circle under Jiming City that was specially used to lead to the competition venue. They used the magic circle to enter the competition venue. Black Song of Taching City went to a portable magic circle under Jiming City that led to the competition venue. They used the magic circle to enter the competition venue. Chapter 1745. P.S. Thanks to Wongit for his precious monthly vote, and thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Hehe Divine Word for their tips. Thanks to Only Know How to Bully Me Honest for his comment. The two factions will be moving to their base formation at first. Lady Riaz's base formation is on the east side of the second floor, while Lady Kangna's base formation is on the west side of the first floor. If a soldier wishes to upgrade, please proceed to your opponent's base formation. Gulifia's voice was heard from the broadcast. No wonder it looks so familiar, Sei Ito said in realization. The so-called shopping mall was actually a comprehensive department store. It had everything that one needed in life, whether it was a pet shop, a game center, a restaurant, a bookstore, or a pharmacy. It could be said that once one entered this building, one would not have to worry about spending money. There are special rules for this competition. The information has been sent to all factions, please confirm. The Phoenix's tier will be given to each faction as a recovery item. Also, the duration of the battle is 30 minutes. During this period, both sides are prohibited from making contact with each other. The competition is scheduled to begin 30 minutes later, Gulifia continued. At the same time, maids walked into the hall one by one, delivering detailed information about the additional rules of the competition to every spectator. Sei Ito took the information and looked at it. The restrictions are quite strict, Seito exclaimed after roughly browsing through the additional rules. There were 2 additional rules. One was, do not destroy the mall as the battleground, and the other was, do not use Gasper Verati's divine artifact. The first one was not much to say. It was to suppress large-scale magic attacks and turn the competition into a detailed battle to test the strategies of both sides. The second rule was more targeted. It blocked Riaz's hand, but the reason was clear. Gasper's control over the divine artifact was still unstable. It could easily hurt himself, so he was prohibited from using the divine artifact for protection. However, both of these rules did not seem to be in Riaz's favor. After all, Genova's holy sword Dilindar was best at using holy impact to deal large-scale damage to its surroundings. Seito raised his head and looked at the screen. On the screen, Riaz split into 4 groups after a brief discussion with her kin. The first team consisted of Kitten herself. She stayed alone on the second floor and charged head-on. A team consisting of Kiba Yuro and Genova headed to the parking lot on the first floor of the mall. The other team was led by Gasper, who used his vampire ability to transform into a large number of bats and flew around the mall to collect information. The remaining team consisted of Lias and Zhu Nai. They would stay in their formation for the time being and wait for the match to start before they could move. On the other hand, Chi Kukana, who was Riaz's opponent, also made the necessary arrangements according to the information in his hands. For example, Spoon Yuan Shiro and the little girl with 2 ponytails went to the second floor. For example, the queen, Shinra Chunheim, and the chariot, Yui Yori and the knight, patrol handle went to the underground parking lot. For example, the remaining 2 did nothing but wander around the mall. Just like that, both sides were unaware of each other. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. Also, this match will be a short battle with a time limit of 3 hours. Now, let the match begin. Gulifia's voice came from the broadcast at the right time. Sounds good. Seito chuckled. Let's hope Riaz can win. Sargex on the side added. Victory belongs to my Sangna-chan. At this moment, the other demon king, Seraphil Leviathan, came to their side and spoke in a strange way of speaking. So this is the current Red Dragon Emperor? Besides Seraphil, an old man dressed like a Muslim sized up Seito and said. Beside him was a silver-haired girl in a skirt and armor. She also looked at Seito with a curious expression. Come, let me introduce you. This old bastard is the leader of Valhalla from the northern countryside, Odin. A Sashal introduced with a nasty tone. Bad boy of the fallen angels, that's slander. Odin said with dissatisfaction. Then don't do anything despicable. A Sashal retorted without holding back. Humph. Odin snorted and looked at Seito again. You have a strange smell on you. A moment later, Odin's only remaining eye flashed with a glint. Naturally, the smell he was talking about was not a real smell, but something else that Odin valued. Really? Maybe there's something wrong with your nose, Seito, who also understood this, raised an eyebrow and retorted without any fear. Is that so? Probably. Odin looked at Seito seriously and chuckled. Then, the two of them skipped the topic. Instead, they focused on watching the rating game that was playing on the screen. Beside them, Sagex and Asashal looked at each other and did not say anything. They quietly watched the game that was going on. One of Lady Ria's Jaimanries, Monk, has left the stage. At this moment, Gulifia's announcement came from the broadcast. The monk that was left was Gasper. Under the intentional guidance of the 2 followers of Chikura who were wandering around, Gasper, who had turned into a bat, was lured to the food area. Due to the large number of bat clones that had gathered, Gasper returned to his human form and fainted from the smell of garlic in the food area. Small trick, Odin said with disdain. Being able to use the advantage of the venue reasonably and finding a way to counter the opponent is also a smart move. Asashal chuckled. At the same time, Kitten on the second floor and Shiba Yudo and Genova on the first floor's parking lot also met their opponents, Shiba Motoshiro and Renmura Ryuko, as well as Shinra Chuanji, Yuri Yori, and Shiba Kuba. Then, the screen that was playing the scene on the second floor where the kitten was suddenly turned into a blazing white. However, it quickly returned to normal and the scene on the second floor was replayed. At this moment, little Kitten, who had cat ears on her head and a cat tail on her back, had entered Nikomata state and activated her mystical ability. She closed her eyes and resisted the attacks of the twin-tailed girl named Renmura Ryuko with all her might. At the same time, a light blue energy beam connected her to the divine artifact in her hand, Black Dragon Veins Ki Motoshiro. Little Kitten's power was absorbed by Ki Motoshiro's divine artifact. However, this situation quickly changed. Little Kitten, who had recovered her vision, counterattacked, and Renmura Ryuko's body began to wobble. Her eyes were in a daze as if she was having a psychotic episode. Seizing this opportunity, Little Cat instantly punched out with his fists covered in a faint white mist towards Ren Village Lu Zi's chest. Bam! With a dull thud, Renmura Ryuko knelt on the ground as expected. Mystical ability, a Thasher exclaimed. Good teaching, Seito said to Taching Heije beside him. One of Lord Kangna Esweterwai's soldier has left the field. At the right time, Gulifia's announcement came from the broadcast. Then, the kitten in the picture turned around and rushed toward Keela's scholar. Unwilling to wait for death, Ki gathered a ball of mana in his hand and turned it into a magic bullet, which he shot at Little Kitten. Little Kitten's figure flashed as she advanced. She suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the front of the magic bullet. Then, she appeared in front of Ki and punched out with her fists covered in white mist. Bam! Ki's body was instantly thrown back. Compared to Renmura Ryuko, who had a close combat divine artifact, Ki's close combat ability was weak. He was no match for Little Kitten, who specialized in punching and kicking. So, after a while, Gulifia's announcement sounded in everyone's ears again. One of Lord Kangna Esweterwai's soldier has left the field. Then, Little Kitten turned around and moved towards the enemy's main camp. On the other side, in the parking lot on the first floor, after a short conversation, the 5 people from both sides immediately started fighting. It was worth mentioning that the weapon in Genova's hand wasn't her sacred sword, Dilindar. Instead, it was the bribe that Michael gave to Seito as a gift, Akaslan. As for why Genova got her hands on it, due to the drawbacks of the sacred sword Dilindar, after the instructor of the Supernatural Research Club, Athashel, had assigned everyone a training mission, he borrowed the dragon-slaying sacred sword Ascalon from Ito Sei and gave it to Genova to familiarize himself with. The two sides fought fiercely. Then they suddenly stopped. Genova and Kiba Yudo switched opponents. Then, the two sides started fighting again. But soon, an unexpected change occurred. Under Genova's attack, the huge decorative mirror that suddenly appeared in front of Shinra Chuanji shattered. Then, Genova spat out a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground. That's the divine artifact, Mirror of Remembrance, right? Athasiel sighed. The Mirror of Remembrance was a divine artifact that, when damaged, could return the damage back to the opponent. Other than that, it could only be used when it was in perfect condition. It could be used to summon mutants from another dimension to attack. It was quite a powerful divine artifact. Then, a new change appeared on the screen. After Genova fell to the ground, Shiba Yudo, who was enraged, shouted loudly. Using the divine spirit aura from the alternate dimension that Genova created for him to store Holy Sword Dilindar, he combined it with his divine artifact, Demon Sword Creation, to create a large number of holy demon swords with the aura of Holy Sword Dilindar. The swords were stabbed into the ground like rain. One of Lord Kangna Eswere's chariot and a knight has left the field. One of Lord Riaz's knight has left the field. Along with Kiba Yudo's attack, Gulifia's voice was heard through the broadcast. After finishing their respective battles, Kitten, Kiba Yudo, Riaz, and Junai, who hadn't moved much, walked towards Kangna and the others. After a while, everyone gathered together. Kiba Yudo swung the holy demon's sword in his hand and cut off the blue energy threads that were still connected to Kitten even though the original owner had left the field. Even so, such a long period of extraction still made the kitten dizzy and her face pale. So, her legs soon went soft and she sat on the ground. Lying down, she barely kept her consciousness and did not faint. But it was impossible for her to fight now. After that, Riaz and Ji Chu Kangna chatted for a while before the battle began. Sigh, she's been led around by her opponent. Is this the combat level of the next head of the Gimli family? Compared to the Sytri family, the Gimli family's princess has always been at a disadvantage. It's her first time, so it's inevitable that she's inexperienced. Watching the battle on the screen, similar comments immediately rang out in the entire viewing hall. However, judging from the comments, they all had a slightly worse impression of Riaz's battle. But it couldn't be helped. Without Hyodo Issei's presence and the miraculous skill of breast translation, Riaz, who didn't know that she had been tricked into a barrier, was fighting with the essence illusion inside the barrier. It was only when Junai and Kiba Yudo's battle broke out that the illusion was broken. In the end, with Kitten's reminder, Riaz discovered Kangna's real body that was hiding on the roof. So it was natural that the comments were low. Fortunately, in the final battle between the king and the king, Riaz used her destructive magic to defeat Ji Chu Kangna, who possessed water magic. She then killed the king and won the battle. So in the end, while the comments of the higher-ups weren't full of praises, it was still acceptable. They were quite satisfied with the performance of Riaz and her family. At this point, Riaz's first official rating game ended with her victory. Compared to the original work where she lost to Phoenix, it was much better. At least there wasn't so much gossip. Rating games are really interesting. Seito chuckled. Didn't you already make the chess pieces? How about it? Do you want to participate in the invitations for a while? Asashel glanced at Taching Haiga, who was standing beside Seito, and laughed. Forget it, that would make a good match into a complete farce. Seito said softly. That's true. Asashel agreed. Okay, excuse me. I'm going to see Riaz and the others. Seito said. Let's go together. Sarjek smiled. Okay. Seito nodded in agreement. Then the two of them said goodbye to Odin and Seraphil and walked out of the audience hall together. They came to the area specially used to receive and settle the wounded in the raiding game. They found Riaz's room and walked in. Chapter 1746. After the day of the raiding game, Soren visited Riaz, Junai, and the others. He also went to visit Ito-sei in Kangna after Seraphil left. After that, he went to a meeting room with Sajex, Seraphil, Asashel, and Odin to have a simple discussion about Calamity Cluster. Of course, during this process, Seito remained silent and did not express any opinions as he watched the two sides talk like a bystander. After that, Seito bid farewell to the Demon King and the gods, and followed Riaz and the others, who had mostly recovered, back to the Gimli mansion to rest. And this time, they stayed until the summer vacation was almost over. After that, Seito and the others boarded the Gimli family's private train and returned to the human realm through the return channel. Outside the train station in the human realm, Seito asked Taching Darksong, who was beside him, "Are you coming with me or going back to Riaz's stronghold with Kitten?" "It took me a lot of effort to find Bain, so of course I'll be with her," Taching Darksong replied without hesitation. "Okay then," Seito said nonchalantly. "Then I'll be going," Seito said to Riaz and the others. "Be careful on the way." "Okay," Riaz said. Ito-sei waved at the crowd, turned around and walked to the side of the street. He reached out and stopped a taxi that happened to pass by. Under the gaze of Riaz and the others, He took the taxi back to his rented apartment. Bam! With the movement of the iron, the door was slammed shut. Unlike in the past, not only did Laneri not come out to greet her master, but the clean room was also covered in a thin layer of dust, making the room seem cold and lifeless. The reason why it became like this was because back when he finished making the chess pieces and returned to take Laneri in as his dependent, Saito also sent her into the Rubik's Cube world at the same time, so without a master to clean the room, it became as cold as an empty room to be rented. The connection is stable, it's time for the Rubik's Cube to return, Saito thought as he ignored the changes in the room. Thinking of this, Saito's mind moved. Then, without any movement, a wooden bulge emerged from Saito's back, and as it grew longer, it gradually turned into a human. It broke free and jumped to the ground. Wood release, wood clone technique. I'll leave this to you, Saito said to his wood clone. Okay. The wood clone smiled. After getting the answer, Ito-sei nodded slightly. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of the wood clone. Seeing Saito disappear, the wood clone relaxed its body, and then waved its arm, creating a slight whirlwind. It blew through the entire apartment, stirring up dust, broke the window, and flew out of the apartment. Then, Saito walked into the room, sat on the sofa as usual, and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. Osaka's beef is excellent. On the other side, the real Saito appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube. How long will it take to return? Saito asked loudly. The time is uncertain. Okay. Let's begin the return. Saito, who didn't expect this answer, was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Yes. Dimensional movement commencing. Saito didn't care too much about the return to the beginning. His figure flashed, and he returned to his home in the Rubik's Cube world, and lived a leisurely life with his family and his harem. A few days later, the summer vacation officially ended, and Saito, like the students, ushered in his second teaching job. And the first job. It was a big job, the Sports Festival of K-Gakuen. It was also known as the Sports Festival, a large-scale social event where pants and sweat flew, and girls panted. No, it was a large-scale competitive event. So, Saito was busy outside, and he had to contact each class from time to time, urging them to send the list of participants to him, so he had less time to interact with Rias and the others. But correspondingly, Saito's relationship with the student council became much closer. This was because Neon Gakuen pursued self-management. So, for a large-scale event like the sports festival, other than Saito, who was the physical education teacher, the student council, who was the organizer of the sports festival, was also very busy. They had to contact him frequently to discuss the flow of the competition during the sports festival, the preparation of props, and the arrangement of safety measures. So, it was inevitable that they had frequent contact with Saito, which made their already good relationship even closer. And that's Wisteria Irina? On this day, Saito, who was walking to the staff office with a pile of documents, suddenly stopped and looked at the flaxen-haired girl who was hugging Genova and rubbing her face. Then, he turned around and walked to where the two were. Genova Irina, Saito greeted. Sensei, Genova called out. Sensei? Wisteria Irina was surprised. Because they didn't end their relationship very often, Wisteria Irina wasn't clear about Saito's relationship in the school. Seikun is the physical education teacher of this school, Genova explained when he saw his companion's confusion. Wow. Nice to meet you, Sensei. Please take care of me in the future, Wisteria Irina greeted him in a cute tone. Your. Saito looked at Wisteria Irina's uniform and asked. Oh, I was ordered by Lord Michael to transfer here. Let's talk about the details after school. It's at the legendary old school building, okay? Wisteria Irina answered Saito's question simply and said. Sure, Saito said casually. Then, Seito chatted with Genova and Wisteria Irina for a while before parting ways with them and continuing with his work. Just like that, the busy day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for school to end. Seeing that it was almost time, Seito tidied up his work and left the staff office. He walked toward the old school building. On the way, he bumped into Shijo Kangna and her queen, Shinra Chuanji, who also seemed to be heading to the old school building. Kangna, are you guys going to the old school building as well? Seito greeted. Yes, Kangna nodded in confirmation. At the same time, Shinra Chuanji bowed to Seito as a greeting. Then let's go together, Seito suggested. Okay, Shijo Kangna agreed. The three of them immediately formed a team and walked toward the old school building not far away. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at the Supernatural Research Society's office in the old school building. In the office, the hosts, Rias and Junai, Kitten and Kiba Yudo, Genova and Gappas, Asashurs, and the main character this time, Wisteria Irina, were already in the room. They were chatting happily. All right, Kangna, you're here, Rias greeted when she saw Seito and the other two enter the office. Yes, Kangna replied softly. As they spoke, Shijo Kangna, Seito, and Shinra Chuanji walked to the side and stood with Junai and the others. Since everyone's here, let's begin. Seeing that everyone was here, Rias clapped her hands lightly to attract everyone's attention. Then, she looked at Wisteria Irina, who was sitting on the sofa, and smiled. Wisteria Irina, welcome to this school. Thank you, everyone. This is the first time we've met. In comparison, we've met more often. Welcome, Wisteria Irina. The church. No, as the emissary of Lord Angel, I'm here to pay a visit to Kuma Academy. Wisteria Irina stood up from the sofa and bowed. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone present clapped their hands to welcome her. During this process, Wisteria Irina began to utter prayers and exclamations such as "Thank you, Lord Michael is so great," and so on, causing the demons present to reveal wry smiles on their faces. Say, do you know about the death of the god recorded in the Bible? At this moment, Asashel, who was sitting by the side, suddenly asked. As soon as he said this, the room immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Wisteria Irina, who was maintaining a praying posture. Of course, Lord Governor of the Fallen Angels. Don't worry, I already know about the death of the Lord, Wisteria Irina, who looked very pious, replied in a surprisingly relaxed tone. Surprisingly strong. Irina, who has a strong heart of faith, came here without any shock. Seeing this, as Wisteria Irina's former companion, Genova could not help but sigh. Isn't there definitely going to be a shock? The fulcrum of the soul. The center of the world. Just like that kind of existence, the Holy Father is dead? Ah, that's all my faith, the path that I've been practicing until now. When I learned the truth from Lord Michael, it was a huge shock. It was so huge that I couldn't get out of bed for 7 days and 7 nights. My lord. However, as soon as Genova finished speaking, Wisteria Irina's eyes were immediately filled with tears. She approached Genova while speaking in an exaggerated manner to express the shock she had received. Then, Wisteria Irina abruptly collapsed onto the coffee table and began to wail. I understand. Genova reached out and patted Wisteria Irina's back and said softly, Can I treat you as Michael's emissary? After Wisteria Irina calmed down a little, Asashel asked again. Chapter 1747. Yes, Sir Asashurs. There isn't a single angel emissary here, and this has troubled Sir Michael greatly. He said that there are no emissaries on the scene. Hearing Asashur's question, Wisteria Irina nodded affirmatively and replied. Ah, Michael said something like that. Although this is a place where the forces of heaven and the underworld are active, in fact, the only people who are active here are Lees, Song Sytry's dependents, and a small number of people including me. Well, even if that's the case, it's still not enough. That idiot Michael even said that it's better to send someone from the heaven realm to do something like that. It's already impressive enough, but the degree of good people in heaven is still on the rise. Although I said that there's no need, he still didn't agree. That guy still insisted on sending someone over. Aesir sighed helplessly. It's getting more and more exaggerated, this school. On the side, Seito, who subconsciously thought of the giant that existed in this school, could not help but sigh. However, at this moment, the main character in the room, Wisteria Irina, suddenly stood up and clasped her hands in front of her chest, making a posture of a believer praying. Then, with a pa-pa-pa sound, a pair of pure white wings unfolded from her back under everyone's gaze, emitting a white holy light. Wisteria Irina, did you turn into an angel? Aesir asked calmly while everyone except Seito was shocked. Angel? Is there such a phenomenon? Genova was puzzled. No, actually, it hasn't happened so far. Although the relevant theories have been discussed between scientists in heaven and the underworld, Aesir replied. On the side, Seito walked behind Wisteria Irina and reached out to touch the feathers on her back a few times. Yes. With Sir Michael's blessing, I have become a reincarnated angel. I heard that it was possible to achieve this by using the technology currently used by demons and fallen angels everywhere. Wisteria Irina opened her eyes and replied. Wisteria Irina, a seraph. It's the divine messenger system, right? Seito said calmly. Divine messenger system? I remember that you asked Michael for something. Aesir raised his eyebrows. It's a variant of the Devil's Pawn system. There are a total of 10 members of the 4 seraphs and other seraphs, each from A to Queen, to create 12 subordinates called monster trainers based on cards. The king in the card is the master angel, Seito explained. When I got it, I only had the general framework, the core, the reincarnation system had not been completed. Now it's a success. I see, the technology of the Devil's Pawn system. Apply that together with the artificial artifact technology of the fallen angels. Really. After Heaven Realm brought the technology over, they carried out some fun development. If the demon was a chess piece, Angels is playing cards. Well, poker cards have the meaning of trump cards, because after the death of a god, there was no way to increase the number of pure angels. That's why you linked the increase in reincarnation angels to the strengthening of your own army. Understanding the situation, Athathiel said in realization. If it's this system, there should be a powerhouse called Joker behind the scenes. The 12 are also modeled after the 12 apostles. Lord Archangel, really, makes me think it's very interesting. Then, as if he thought of something, Asashel chuckled. As expected of an expert in artificial artifact research, his thinking was very open. Just by listening to Seito's detailed introduction of the divine system, he understood the entire situation of the divine system, which made Seito secretly admire him. And then, Irina, what card are you? After laughing, Aesir looked at Irina and asked. I'm Ace. Ha ha, I'm going to enjoy the glory of being assigned as Lord Michael's ace. My life is not in vain. Although the Lord is no longer here, being able to be Lord Michael's ace has already allowed me to live on. Oh. Irina's eyes sparkled as she said excitedly. Oh, so Michael has become the new spiritual food? Asashel nodded and asked. Yes. Compared to losing yourself, it's still something worth celebrating, Genova said. Well, that's true. Compared to losing myself because of Lord God's death, finding a new Lord and working hard is a huge step forward, Wisteria Irina said happily. So in your eyes, the Lord is a boss who can give you a salary? Then your faith is really cheap. Seito smiled as he withdrew his hand and walked back to stand beside Junai. Is that so? Irina said in surprise. Then, a conflicted expression appeared on her face. At the same time, the angel wings that were affected by Irina's thoughts also began to switch between white and black, looking as if they were about to fall. "Don't fall like that, Michael will cry," Aesir said hurriedly. Although he welcomed the fall of every angel, it also depended on the time and situation. Right now, Wisteria Irina was clearly here as the representative of heaven. If she fell and became a fallen angel because of them, although it wouldn't do much, it would still be a bit hard to explain. It wouldn't be good for peace. Of course, after a long time, if Irina still wanted to fall, he would definitely welcome her with open arms. Nothing amused him more than to see Michael suffer a setback. "Oh, Lord Michael, please forgive me. I definitely didn't mean to treat you as a cheap employer." Irina, who had finally extricated herself from her conflicted thoughts, quickly put on a praying look and closed her eyes as she spoke sincerely. "All right, let's continue the topic from before," Aesir said. "Oh, Lord Michael is planning to carry out a variant of the Devil's Arcane game in the future, a game between Devil's Pawn and Monster Trainer. Although it's only limited to the power of the Blazing Angels now, Lord Angels other than the Blazing Angels will be able to participate in this system soon and carry out an intense competition just like the Devil's Arcane game," Irina introduced. After hearing Irina's words, Ria's, Song-na, and the others' faces were once again filled with shock. There are many angels and demons who disagree with the decision made by the upper class. People who have been hostile to each other for a long time will definitely be dissatisfied if they suddenly shake hands and make peace with each other. However, you're really scheming, Michael. This way, by using competition to replace war, you can disperse the accumulated grievances of both sides. Just like the World Cup and the Olympics for humans. Something that can disperse the grievances of both sides? Thanks to the alliance, the various forces have to adopt various new policies. It looks like it's going to be very difficult over there. Compared to Ria's and the others' stunned expressions, Aesir said with admiration. "So, us kin can also fight against the Angels game system?" Genova asked with a twinkle in his eyes. "It might be like that in the future. Although that's the case, it shouldn't be too soon. It'll take at least 10 years. Maybe even 20 years later. Well, that'll be the golden period for you as new demons. You can enjoy it," Aesir said. "We can enjoy it," Song-na, who had not made any comments, said in a calm tone. However, the content of her words made everyone hear the anticipation in her heart. "Sounds interesting," Kiba Yudo said excitedly. The church is very scary," Gasper said with a frown. Even now, the church had not stopped hunting vampires and had not signed a peace agreement with the vampire forces. "Let's leave it at that. Today is Irina's welcome party." Song-na reminded them with a smile when she saw that the topic was going off track. "Demons. I've always been hostile to you and wanted to destroy you. However, since Lord Michael has instructed us to get along well in the future, I feel that I should get along well with everyone. Actually, from a personal point of view, I really want to get along well with everyone. I will work hard as the church's representative. Please take good care of me." Wisteria Irina looked around at everyone in the room and spoke with a serious expression. After that, everyone stopped talking about topics that had nothing to do with them for the time being and began to organize Irina's welcome party. Well, to put it more formally, this was a victory party, a harmonious party, a meaningful party, and a party that was worth commemorating and continuing in the future. A few days later, Chariot King Academy's sports festival officially began. Everyone, get into position. Get ready. Seito, who was standing on the field, raised his arm high and pointed the starting pistol at the sky as he spoke loudly to the 6 girls, who were lined up in a row in front of him. Bang! The moment the starting pistol sounded, The 6 girls who were already in position rushed out of the starting line and ran forward quickly. "Come on! Come on! Come on!" At the same time, the students on both sides shouted in unison, cheering for their respective classmates. "This is youth." Itosei sighed with a face full of vicissitudes. "Sensei Ito, why are you learning from us at such a young age?" An older physical education teacher beside him joked after hearing Sei Ito's exclamation. "Well, maybe I'm influenced by my environment." Sei Ito joked. "You rascal." The teacher glared at Sei Ito in annoyance. "Next group, get ready." Then, he spoke loudly. The 6 girls walked out of the crowd and came to the front of the running track, stretching their bodies. "Everyone, get into position. Get ready." Bang. Chapter 1748. P.S. Thank you to Nikfini, Zuzi, and NXCX for your precious monthly votes. On this day, in the main world's home in Akakuruno City. "Master," little Ling Meng's voice rang out. "How long have you been gone this time?" Sei Ito asked. 28 days, 17 hours, and 35 minutes, little Ling Meng replied in a timely manner. 28 days. Sei Ito murmured. "So there's still 1 day before the deadline." Then, Sei Ito's eyes focused and he ordered in a low voice, "Issue a citywide alert and activate all evacuation rehearsal programs. Let all the multifunctional alert robots enter the predetermined state." Yes. Almost as soon as little Ling Meng's voice fell, a long siren that sounded like a space gap alarm rang out in the sky above Akakuruno City. "Attention, everyone! Attention, everyone! The city is now officially in a Level 1 state of combat readiness. Everyone, please follow the instructions on the evacuation manual and cooperate with the staff to evacuate. Repeat. Everyone." At the same time, the residents' TVs, computers, radios, mobile phones, large screens outside the city, and the hydrogen airships flying freely above the city all switched to the corresponding channels, transmitting the evacuation notice to everyone's ears. "What's going on?" As the bright red stream of light exploded, Kyubi appeared in the room, dressed in a black kimono. "Just preparing in advance," Sei Ito said with a chuckle as he looked at Kyubi. "The enemy might not attack as soon as the deadline is up," Kyubi said calmly. "Then let's just treat it as an evacuation drill. After all, they won't lose anything if they move around more," Sei Ito said nonchalantly. As he spoke, 2 spatial ripples appeared one after another. Then, Tetroso and Ingrid, who had broken through from Class A to Class S with the help of the magic tower, appeared in the room one after another. "Lord!" Tetroso bowed. "Chun, what's wrong?" Ingrid asked too. "Haha, relax, Ingrid. Nothing happened for now," Sei Ito comforted with a smile. "For now?" Ingrid, who keenly grasped the key word in Sei Ito's words, frowned. "Yes, for now. However, in order to prevent enemies from appearing at any time, I issued a refuge order." Sei Ito shrugged. "Who is the enemy?" Ingrid asked seriously. "Japanese gods," Sei Ito replied. Then, he added another word with uncertainty, "probably." "Oh my God! How did you provoke such an existence?" Ingrid's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. Tetroso, who had been silent all this time, also had a change in expression. "It was a coincidence," Sei Ito said helplessly. "But don't worry, the gods aren't as scary as you think." After that, Itosei put on a confident and relaxed expression as he looked at Tetroso and Ingrid and Tetroso. "Oh bastard! That was a god! Not those cats and dogs!" Ingrid said angrily. "So what? Things were already like this. I'm also a victim now," Sei Ito said helplessly. Ingrid's brows furrowed tightly as her expression kept changing. Only after a while did he let out a long sigh, and his expression became firm. "Sorry, Chun, I think our cooperation is over," Ingrid said, her eyes flickering. Instantly, Sei Ito's brows furrowed tightly as his expression darkened. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Without your help, I wouldn't be who I am now. But I'm sorry, I still have my mission. I can't risk my life with you here, so I'm sorry, Ingrid said softly. On the side, a mocking sneer appeared on Cube's face. Chen Zhao didn't know if she was mocking Ingrid's disloyalty and hypocrisy, or was she mocking Sei Ito for being unable to even keep a subordinate. Sorry, dear. Also, I love you. With that, she activated a teleportation spell without hesitation and disappeared before Sei Ito's eyes. Because they didn't receive any instructions from Sei Ito, Tetraso and Cube didn't stop her. They just watched as Ingrid completed her teleportation spell and left. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. Ha, so accurate. Sei Ito's eyes flickered as he mocked himself. Just like what he said, even a husband and wife may betray each other in the face of a disaster, let alone Ingrid, who was more interested in benefits than feelings. It was natural for her to choose to betray when facing an enemy that she couldn't match in her mind. Master, Magician Ingrid has handed over the management rights of the Mage Tower. Just then, little Ling Meng's voice suddenly sounded in the room. You take over, Sei Ito ordered casually. Yes. Little Ling Meng's voice disappeared. That's the situation. Everyone, get ready. Sei Ito relied on his strong willpower to dispel the negative emotions in his heart and looked up at Tetraso and Cube. Yes. Tetraso respectfully replied. Cube nodded indifferently. Then, the void rippled and Tetraso and Cube disappeared from the room together. Master, Mage Ingrid is moving towards the outskirts of the city. Should we intercept her? Little Ling Meng's voice sounded again. No need, Sei Ito said indifferently. Yes. Little Ling Meng's voice disappeared again. In this chaotic world, where can you go if you leave my pure land? Sei Ito's face showed a disdainful sneer. Sei Ito closed his eyes and sent his thoughts into the Rubik's Cube to contact the World Tree, Gluttonous Tree. How long until the last passage stabilizes? Rustle, rustle, rustle. The World Tree shimmered, and the leaves rustled as if they were being blown by the wind. 2 more days? I hope it's not too late. With that, Sei Ito opened his eyes again. Yes. At this moment, 2 new voices sounded in the room. Sei Ito turned around and smiled. My Masami, it's you too. Surprisingly, the 2 of them, who didn't live together, appeared in the same room. What's going on? Why did the evacuation alarm sound in the city? My Kuraki asked worriedly. She walked to Sei Ito's side with Nagasawa Masami and sat down on the sofa next to him. It's nothing. It's just that the enemy might be attacking here, Sei Ito explained with a smile. However, because the 2 weren't part of the official cultivation system and weren't the main combatants, there was no need to explain too clearly. Are they strong? Nagasawa Masami asked with concern. They're all right, Sei Ito replied casually. This was not a lie. To him, who had already fused with the Red Dragon Emperor, an ordinary heavenly immortal/elementary god would not necessarily be his match. In fact, it could even be said that they were 1 level higher than him. Even those who had just entered the true immortal/novice god level could die in Sei Ito's hands with the help of the Red Dragon Emperor's enhanced attributes. Therefore, to a certain extent, alright was already a humble way of putting it. Is that so? That's good. My Kuraki looked seriously at Sei Ito's expression and relaxed. You came here because of this? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. What do you think? Do you know the panic caused by the alarm? Kuraki said in an annoyed tone. How could Sei Ito not know about the panic caused by this? It was just that he didn't think there was a need to pay attention to it. After all the preparations and countermeasures were already in place. It didn't matter what the residents did. Under the suppression of the multifunctional AI robots that were already in combat mode and given the permission to kill, They couldn't do anything. Has your family taken refuge? Seito smiled and asked with concern. My Kuraki and Nagasawa Masami nodded in unison. That's good. Seito nodded and said, What about you guys? Are you staying with me or going to the fallout shelter to accompany your family? The fallout shelter. Since you have to fight with the enemy soon, it's better for you to stay at home and rest. My Kuraki said with concern for Seito. Nagasawa Masami also nodded in agreement. Masami, let's go. Then, my Kuraki got up and said, Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Seito asked with surprise. No. I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. My Kuraki rolled her eyes at Seito. Haha. Nagasawa Masami, who got up from the sofa, laughed. Seito was speechless by my Kuraki's words. We're leaving. Saying that, she walked into the room with Nagasawa Masami, who playfully winked at Ito Seiji. Then, they left Ito Seiji's house through a portal that was specially built for the two of them. It could connect them to their residences in the city. Master, Princess Yoshiko sent an inquiry. She wants to know what happened. As soon as the two left, little Ling Meng's voice rang in Seito's ears again. Tell her that a battle is about to happen here. Tell her and her people to follow the instructions of the staff and take refuge. Seito said softly. Yes. Not far away, Princess Yoshiko's residence, Akiyuya Palace. We have received a reply. Ito-sama said that we should follow the instructions of the staff and take refuge. A maid wearing a plain kimono reported to Princess Yoshiko. I understand. Do as Ito-sama said. Princess Yoshiko said. Yes. The maid bowed her head and replied. Someone, go and invite the two people in the guest room. The maid turned her head and ordered. Yes. After more than an hour, following the execution of the evacuation order, the originally bustling city immediately became as quiet as a ghost town. There were no signs of human activity. There were only lifeless multifunctional security robots that tirelessly roamed around the city, searching every corner, looking for fish in the net, or cleaning the city while they were at it. Master, the evacuation of the city's personnel has been completed. At the same time, little Ling Meng's voice rang out. Stay alert. Seito said softly. Yes. I hope you won't make me wait for too long. Seito muttered to himself. Then he closed his eyes and entered meditation. He began to conserve his energy for the upcoming battle. In this way, Seito conserved his energy. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the last moment of the last day of the deadline. The moment the ticking second hand moved once again, the entire Earth's space immediately shook slightly. Then a ripple surged out from the void, slowly but firmly spreading in all directions. Soon, this ripple swept across the sky of Akiyuya City. At the same time this ripple swept across, Seito immediately felt the suppression power that had always existed on his body loosen. It was as if he had taken off a heavy burden, making his whole body become relaxed. Seito knew that the restriction that prevented immortals/initial gods from descending to the human world had been completely lifted. Then with a thought, he flashed to the sky of Akiyuya City and looked around. In the next moment, a large amount of divine radiance spread across the sky of Japan. At the same time, a large number of figures of varying strength appeared in the divine radiance and descended towards Japan. 8 million gods, huh? Seito narrowed his eyes as he sensed all this. Are you sure you can win? At this moment, a voice rang in Seito's ears. Then the ripple spread, and Kyubi appeared, emitting a strong aura of charm and evil from head to toe. As long as the number of people doesn't exceed the limit, Seito said indifferently without turning his head. You're full of confidence, Kyubi sneered. Seito smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. I hope you can really do it when the time comes. Otherwise, I won't accompany you to your death, Kyubi said indifferently. After saying that, she didn't wait for Sei Ito to speak. Just like when she came, she disappeared along with the spatial ripple. You really are crazy, partner. Isn't it a very good stage? Drager. Sei Ito chuckled. Don't die when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Drager spoke again. I don't want to be stranded in a foreign land. Do dragons also have feelings for the land? Sei Ito laughed. Don't worry, I'll live well, and then I'll take you to enjoy life in this world. Sei Ito continued without waiting for Drager to speak. After saying that, Sei Ito looked at the location of the Kansai area again. Then, with a flash, he returned to his home below and closed his eyes to rest. While Sei Ito was resting, various gods, elves, fairies, devils, and monsters from the inheritance systems of other countries also came through space and descended into the chaotic main world. They clashed with the biochemical beasts created by the Orion Empire, creating new chaos one after another. Earth, which had just been peaceful, once again entered a chaotic world. Chapter 1749. In the main hall of a large shrine in the Kagoshima area of Japan, a naked woman with loose black hair knelt in front of a long sword, her head bowed as she listened to something. Yes, my lord. I will take the enemy's head and offer it to my god, the woman said in a sonorous tone. As soon as she finished speaking, a sacred light bloomed from the rusty long sword placed on the sacrificial altar in front of her. Then, a mass of bright light the size of a human fist emerged from the sword and slowly floated in front of the woman. The woman raised her head, her expression full of fanaticism. She stretched out her hands, held the mass of light, and held it in front of her chest. In the next moment, the mass of light flashed slightly and disappeared into the woman's chest. Humph! Subconsciously, the woman let out a painful groan. Then, a huge, godlike aura suddenly erupted from the woman's body. Like a gust of wind, it raged wildly in the main hall of the shrine. If it weren't for the powerful enchantment in the main hall, it was believed that this seemingly ancient and dilapidated building would definitely be smashed by this gust of wind and become a ruin. After a minute or so, the aura disappeared, and the seemingly ordinary naked woman reappeared. However, at this time, if someone looked at her eyes carefully, they would find that in the woman's dark, ink-like pupils, the shape of a Japanese sword faintly emerged in the depths of her pupils, exuding an amazing sense of sharpness. At this time, the woman stood up from the ground, took a step forward, and took the rusty sword placed on the altar in her hands. However, what was surprising was that the rusty sword, which looked like it would break with a little force, suddenly burst into a bright light the moment it fell into the woman's hands. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual light shot up into the sky. Then, a brand new, shiny, treasured saber appeared in the woman's hand. It emitted a chilling light that made people feel chills down their spines. Come, the woman shouted loudly. Creak. In the strange sound of wood, the closed door of the main hall was opened, and then two witches in traditional witch costumes walked into the hall. My lady. The two witches knelt down. Wear the armor for me, the woman ordered. Yes. The two witches stood up and walked to the right side of the main hall with small step. They moved a set of modified women's foot armor that was standing there, and put it on the woman's body one by one. After more than 20 minutes, a woman wearing a pocket cloth and a rag on the chest, and a single layer of clothing on the inside. She was wearing a pure black modified woman's armor. A heroic woman with a small helmet on her head and her hair tied into a ponytail naturally hanging behind her appeared in the hall. The woman hung the transformed long saber on her waist. Tell the chief that I'm going to Weizhong, the woman said to the two witches who were serving her in an indifferent tone. Yes, my lord. The two witches lowered their heads and replied. My God. Please wait for my good news. The woman gently stroked the blade of the long saber hanging from her waist. Then she took a step forward and strode forward. Although her steps were big, it was just a normal person's big stride. But what was incredible was that it was like a Taoist's magical power. With every step she took, she would cross a distance of hundreds of meters, and in a few flashes, she completely disappeared from the sight of the two witches. At the same time, in a shrine in Owari, which is modern Aichi Prefecture. Come, find me a few more women. A naked, burly man exuding a faint holy aura was thrusting vigorously on top of a moaning, which while shouting loudly to the people standing outside the house. Beside him, several witches lay on the ground, their robes torn and blood flowing from their lower bodies. Their faces were pale, and they looked like they had been severely wounded. They were breathing weakly. Obviously, these witches were the work of this man. Yes, my God, the man outside the shrine answered with a trembling voice. Then he quickly left the shrine with cold sweat on his forehead, and went to collect the witches in the vicinity according to his orders. In the territory of Weijiang State, Aichi Prefecture, in a certain residence, a middle-aged man in armor appeared in the room. Ha 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 ha, I Oda Nobunaga am back. Akechi Mitsuhide, this time I will definitely kill you with my sword, the man said loudly with a ferocious expression. Someone, come. The man shouted loudly. Your subordinate is here. Following the orderly response, a ray of light quickly appeared in the room, and then a large number of men of all ages dressed in Warring States period clothing appeared in the room, kneeling on the ground and answering the order. Although they were dressed in Warring States period clothing, the power they emitted was not weak at all, and they were all around A level. As for their leader, Oda Nobunaga, it was unknown whether it was because of the title of Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, or because of some other influence, but he had also reached the level of First God, which was very surprising. After all, he was not like Tokugawa Ieyasu and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who had godly titles and shrines after death, so it was easy for him to become a first god. Follow me and conquer the world again, Oda Nobunaga said in high spirit. Yes, the generals replied. Let's go. With that, the generals stood up and followed Oda Nobunaga out of the room. Changes like Oda Nobunaga's were happening all over the country, causing the already chaotic Japan to become even more chaotic, just like the Warring States period from hundreds of years ago. Of course, those who descended with gods were not all historical figures who became war ghosts or war spirits after death. There were also people who were blessed by the people's faith and became immortal. For example, in Osaka's Anpei Saimai shrine, Anpei Saimai, who was also deified, appeared. Greetings, Lord Saimai. The leader of the shrine led the witches in kneeling. Rise. Anpei Saimai, who maintained the appearance of a handsome middle-aged man, said softly. Thank you, Lord. The leader thanked him and stood up with the witches. Tell me about the situation in the modern world. Anpei Saimai looked at the leader who stood respectfully at the side and ordered. Yes. The leader replied and explained the current situation in the world. Well, it was mainly about the situation in Japan. As for the situation in other countries, with the current global communication system, he didn't know. After talking for almost an hour, he finally explained the current situation clearly. Kyubi. Anpei Saimai squinted his eyes and said softly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Kyubi, who was far away in Akikuruno, felt a chill run down his spine. He had a very bad feeling. Could it be, this time's matter is dangerous? Kyubi frowned and muttered to himself. In this situation where the whole world was in chaos, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. For some reason, in the past 2 days, they didn't receive any powerful attacks from the gods and monsters. Itsunari, who was ready to fight against the gods and monsters, was a little speechless. It's done? On this day, Seito, who was meditating at home and waiting for the enemy to attack, was stunned and said subconsciously, I got it. After saying that, with a thought, a new Seito appeared beside him. The new shadow clone Sei-Ito nodded slightly at Sei-Ito, then his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in front of the world tree in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. Gluttony tree, open the connection channel, I want to go over, Sei-Ito said. Rustle, as the world tree trembled, the space in front of Sei-Ito immediately became blurred, like a layer of clouds blocking in front of Sei-Ito. Then, Sei-Ito moved and stepped into the blurred space. In an instant, Sei-Ito's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, in the space bubble in the universe of the Demon High School world, with a sudden spatial ripple, shadow clone Sei-Ito's figure appeared in the space bubble, standing at the edge of the puddle where the sapling-like world tree was planted. Then, Sei-Ito's mind moved again, and a middle-style dimensional teleportation magic circle appeared under his feet. In a flash of light, he disappeared from the space bubble. The next moment, with the explosion of the energy beam, Sei-Ito's figure appeared in the apartment he rented. Then, he let go of his senses and searched for Sei-Ito's whereabouts. At the same time, in a certain warehouse, Sei-Ito, who had just eliminated the assassins from a calamity, the hero sect with Rias, Junai, Wisteria Irina, and the others, was suddenly stunned. What's wrong? Done. Rias, who noticed Sei-Ito's expression, was puzzled. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something. Sei-Ito shook his head and smiled. Oh. Rias, who did not suspect anything, responded casually. Let's go back. Sei-Ito suggested. Okay. Rias agreed. Then, the group did not stay in the warehouse any longer, and returned to Komodo Academy together. Then, Sei-Ito chatted with Rias and the others for a while before leaving. He teleported to a place where no one was around and returned to the apartment he rented. What's going on? Sei-Ito looked at Shadow Clone in surprise. Have you forgotten? The time limit. Now that we're here, the original asked me to come and pick up Heigo. Shadow Clone smiled. I see. Heigo should be in the old school building of Komodo Academy now. I'll call her. With that, Sei-Ito took out his phone from his pocket, found Taching Heiji's phone number from his contact list, and dialed it. Ha! Who is it? Taching Heigo asked in a puzzled tone. It's me, Sei-Ito. Come to my place, there's something I need your help with, Sei-Ito said calmly. Chapter 1750. You finally can't help but want to make a move on me, meow? Black Song of Taching said in an ambiguous tone. I'll text you the address, Sei-Ito said calmly, ignoring Black Song of Taching's nonsense. Without waiting for Black Song of Taching's reply, he immediately hung up the phone. He then retrieved Black Song of Taching's contact address and sent the address of his rented apartment in the form of a text message. Done, Sei-Ito said as he put away his phone. The Shadow Clone nodded and continued to watch the entertainment program on the TV aimlessly. On the other side, in a room of the old school building. Really, what an impatient guy, Black Song of Taching, who was playing with his phone and waiting for a text message, pouted cutely and said coquettishly. It was at this moment that a melodious message notification sound rang out. Black Song of Taching picked up his phone and opened the text message. Then I'm leaving, kitten. With a paw sound, Taching Heigo put away the flip phone and turned to look at Kitten beside him as he said with a smile. I'll go with you. Kitten immediately stood up and said. Master only invited me alone. Black Song of Taching teased as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. I'll go with you, Kitten said, unmoved. You really want to go together? Black Song of Taching teased. Kitten's expression was firm and did not waver. All right then. What a pity, it's rare to have a secret date with Master, Black Song of Taching said regretfully. Let's go. Black Song of Taching stood up from his seat after he finished speaking. He hummed an unknown cheerful tune and walked out with light step. Behind her, the kitten quickly followed. The two of them walked out of the room one after the other. Kitten, are you going out? Purple Vine Irina, who noticed Black Song and Kitten's actions, asked curiously. Hearing Purple Vine Irina's question, everyone's gaze fell on the two of them. Yeah, I was invited by Master to spend the night together, Black Song of Taching replied without waiting for Kitten to speak, using words that would definitely cause misunderstandings. She then put on a shy expression and continued, Aya, when I think about doing that kind of thing with Master at night, I can't help but feel embarrassed. So shy. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room had clearly become dangerous. An invitation to have children. Damn it, I was one step ahead of you. As if he didn't feel the change in the atmosphere in the room, Genova clenched his fist and said in a low voice, Are you sure it was Cheng who invited you? Riaz asked with an oppressive aura. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kitten. Taching Hegu said. Riaz turned to look at Kitten. Seeing this, the kitten hesitated for a moment. Then, he nodded slightly, indicating that Black Goo was right. Instantly, Riaz's face was filled with sadness and anger. But the content doesn't seem to be what Big Sister said. Kitten's voice suddenly rang out as she added. Immediately, Riaz's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. It's just that he didn't say what it was over the phone. He just asked Big Sister to hurry over, as if there's something he needs Big Sister's help with, Kitten continued. Something that needs Black Song's help? Riaz frowned and lowered her head in thought. Help? Then let's go together, Genova said. Then I'll go too, Wisteria Irina said as well. If that's the case, then let's all go together. Riaz looked around at everyone in the room and finally made the decision. Then, Riaz and the others, who had just returned to the school, set off again. They followed Black Song of Taching and walked towards Sei Ito's rented apartment. 10 minutes later, the group arrived in front of Sei Ito's apartment. Ding dong. Riaz, who had replaced Black Song of Taching as the leader, pressed the doorbell beside her. Wahahaha. Then, with a series of noises, the door was pushed open from the inside, revealing Sei Ito's figure inside. Riaz? Junai? And everyone? Looking at the people standing at the door, Sei Ito's face showed a shocked expression. You guys aren't you going to invite us in? Riaz said softly. Come in. Sei Ito pushed the door open and turned around. Sorry to disturb you, Riaz said politely and led everyone into the room. Then, she immediately noticed the other Sei Ito in the room. Eh? Gasper exclaimed in surprise. Welcome, Riaz, Junai, Kitten, Genova, Kiba Yuto, Gasper, and Wisteria Irina. The shadow clone that was sitting on the sofa stood up and welcomed them with a smile. I'm so sad. You guys don't even welcome me. Black Song of Taching, who was ignored, looked like he was about to cry. Bang! At this moment, the wooden clone Sei Ito closed the door. Everyone, come in first. Shadow clone Ito Sei called out. Everyone nodded, took off their shoes at the entrance, and walked into the living room. What would you like to drink? Sei Ito asked. Tea, Riaz replied. Same, the others chimed in. After receiving everyone's reply, Sei Ito turned around and walked into the kitchen to make tea for everyone. What's going on? Riaz, who was sitting on the sofa, asked curiously. As you can see, that's one of my clones, Sei Ito explained with a smile. So it's a clone. Riaz and the others had a look of realization on their faces. Then, is the one that's usually at school your real self or your clone? Wisteria Irina asked curiously. It's a clone, Sei Ito replied. Is it a clone? What about you? Wisteria Irina was shocked. She asked the question that the others were also very concerned about. I'm busy with some things, Sei Ito replied with a smile. Then, is it your clone or your real self right now? Genova, who seemed to have thought of something, suddenly asked with a glint in his eyes. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with interest. It's also a clone, Seito replied. At this time, the wood clone, who had finished making tea for everyone, carried a tray filled with cups and a teapot into the living room. He came to the side of everyone, placed the tray on the coffee table, and began pouring tea for everyone. This looks really weird. Looking at the two Seito that were identical except for the clothes, Wisteria Irina muttered softly. Then, why did you call Black Song over this time? After everyone drank the tea, Riaz asked the question that had been hidden in her heart. How should I put it, this is a little complicated. Looking at Riaz and the others in the room, Seito said with a slight headache, forget it, I didn't plan to hide it from you anyway, so I'll just tell you. Actually, I'm a person from another world, Seito said sternly. A person from another world. Riaz frowned and the others were shocked. However, although they were shocked, no one doubted the truth of Seito's words. Obviously, the impact of this conflict was completely acceptable to them. Of course, the reason Seito dared to say this was because this world did indeed have several passages that connected to another world, and it was currently in a war with one of the world. Based on the current situation, it was still in a stalemate, with some wins and losses on both sides. Then, why did you come to this world? Riaz looked at Seito with a serious expression and asked. Generally speaking, it's to travel. Along the way, I'll see if I can meet any women that I'm interested in and get married with them, Seito said with a smile. Then, his gaze swept across Riaz, Junai, Genova, Kitten, and Taching Hage. He continued, and based on the current situation, I'm very lucky to meet you, Riaz, Junai, Kitten, and Genova. Hearing Seito's words, Riaz's cheeks turned slightly red. Junai's face showed a happy smile. Kitten lowered her head slightly, pretending to be indifferent. Genova nodded her head in a serious manner. Nobody knew what she was trying to say. Aya, you've abandoned me again. And I'm still the master's family. Taching Hei's cat tail wagged as she muttered unhappily. Of course, Seito and the others knew that she was messing around, so they didn't take her words seriously. Of course, there's also Yudo, Gasper, and little Irina. Seito then looked at Kiba Yudo, Gasper, and Wisteria Ito. Then, you've left your clone here. Did your real body return to your own world? Riaz asked again. Yes, Seito nodded and admitted. Then why did you ask Hage to come here? Riaz seemed to have realized something as she asked her initial question again. Because something happened in my world, and a war is about to break out in my territory. So, I'm planning to bring Hage to my world to increase my combat power, Seito explained. Of course, if you don't want to go, Hage, I won't force you. After all, it's an official battle, not a battle game like Raja. This is the real reason why I invited you here. I wanted to ask if you're willing to help me. Seito then looked at Taching Hage and stated softly. War meow? Taching Hage narrowed her eyes. Is the situation very serious? Riaz asked softly. It's all right. After all, I'm still a lord, and I have a lot of combat power under my command. It shouldn't be a problem to win this war, Seito laughed heartily. Hearing this, Riaz and the others had a thoughtful look on their faces. Chapter 1751. P.S. Thanks to Gu168-878-0145, Getting Drunk on a Lonely Night, Holy Night, God Carefree, Nickfany, Haseo and Andy, and Sky Fantasy Antenna for their precious monthly vote. Thanks to NXCX and Instant Potato for their tip. Ayaya, no matter what, I'm still the master's dependent. Since the master needs me, how can I not help? After listening to Seito's words, Dark Song of Taching said in a relaxed manner. But when the war is won, remember to reward me. Then, Dark Song of Taching changed the topic and said with a smile. Especially at the end, He licked his lips teasingly as if he was reminiscing about something. Seeing Dark Song of Taching's behavior, Riaz immediately looked at Seito with a sharp gaze. Ha ha ha. Seito laughed dryly. Let's go help. Genova turned to Riaz and suggested. Hearing that, Riaz showed a hesitant expression. It was not that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. Because since the peace treaty was signed, in addition to being the Demon King's blood sister and the lord of this town, Riaz also had the role of a special task force to clean up the terrorists who tried to destroy the peace. For example, the heroes who were particularly rampant recently. Therefore, she couldn't find the time to go to the other world to help Seito fight the war. No need, Dark Song is enough. Seito, who also understood Riaz's current situation and was also a member of the task force, shook his head and said before Riaz could speak. That's right. Seito nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the idea of being safe, I wouldn't even ask Dark Song to go this time. After all, although those guys are troublesome, they are not to the extent that I can't deal with them. So you guys should stay here and take care of your own things. When Seito travels, you can go to my world with him. I'll treat you guys well. That's the only way. Riaz sighed. Seeing that Riaz had made the decision, the others didn't say anything more. They agreed. Also, at this moment, Seito's voice rang out again, attracting everyone's attention. Please keep the fact that I'm from another world a secret. While I don't mind letting some people know about this, just in case or even if it causes unnecessary trouble, it's best not to spread it, okay? Seito's gaze swept across Riaz and the others. He said softly, I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone about your true situation. After thinking for a while, Riaz, who basically understood what Itose was worried about, promised with a serious face. Me too. Junai agreed. I won't tell anyone, Kitten said firmly. If you want to get information from me, you'll have to ask my sword first, Genova said solemnly. I swear to Lord Michael. Wisteria Irina hurriedly raised her hand and swore. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death, Gasper said in a trembling voice. Kiba Yudo nodded heavily, although he didn't say anything. However, the meaning of his promise was clearly expressed. Thank you everyone, Seito said gratefully. Then, Seito stood up and said, I don't have much time, so I won't stay here any longer. See you next time. Okay. Be careful. Riaz instructed. Bain, I'm leaving. I don't know when I'll be back next time. Remember to miss me. Taching Hage hugged Kitten beside her, and rubbed her face against Kitten's as if she was about to cry. You be careful, Kitten said softly. Bain, are you worried about me? I'm so happy. Hearing this, Deshang He-gu abruptly straightened his body. His gaze was burning as he looked at Deshang's kitten in front of him in surprise. Then, without waiting for the kitten to speak, he once again fiercely pulled her into his embrace and vigorously rubbed his face against hers. Hage, it's time to go. Seeing that Hage was not going to stop, Seito helplessly said, I'm coming. Taching Hage reluctantly let go of Kitten and walked to Seito's side with seductive steps. We're leaving. See you next time. Seito looked at everyone and finally said. After saying that, he didn't do anything, but a mid-style dimensional transfer magic circle emitting bright white light appeared under Seito and Taching Hage's feet. Then, a light flashed in the circle. A ray of light shot into the sky and took the two of them out of the room. The next moment, in the space bubble in the orbit of Earth in the Demon High School world, Seito and Taching Hage's figures appeared from the explosion of the light beam. Is this another world? Taching Hage looked around curiously. She felt strange. Nope. This is just a transit point to the world I'm in, Seito said calmly. Then, he took a step forward and walked toward the small tree in the pool of water in front of him. Seeing Seito's actions, Taching Hage didn't hesitate and quickly followed. The two of them seemed to be weightless as they directly stepped on the water surface, causing ripples to spread out. They walked into the blurry space around the small tree and disappeared from the space bubble. The next moment, Seito and Taching Heij appeared in a desolate area like the Gobi Desert. This was the desolate area in the north of the Rubik's Cube world. It was the location that Seito had specially chosen for outsiders to appear after passing through the World Tree Channel. Taching Heij looked at the scenery in front of him and was speechless. Seito didn't say anything. With a thought, he disappeared with Taching Heij. When the scene was fixed again, a room full of Japanese-style decorations appeared in front of Taching Heij's eyes. Puff! Then, before she could react, a light explosion suddenly sounded in her ear. "Welcome to my world, Heij." Then, Seito's familiar voice sounded in the room. "We're finally here." Taching Heij retracted his gaze and turned to look at Seito, who had appeared in the room. "It doesn't seem to be any different from the original world." Seito smiled and didn't comment on Taching Heij's words. Then, he called out, "Little Ling Meng." As soon as he said that, a large number of photon particles quickly appeared from the void and gathered into a ball. Then, it suddenly exploded, revealing little Ling Meng, who was dressed in red and white witch clothes and was only slightly taller than an adult's forearm. "Master!" Little Ling Meng opened her mouth and called out. "Come, let me introduce you. Heij, this is Little Ling Meng." Seito introduced the two of them to each other. "Little Ling Meng, this is Heij." "Hello." Little Ling Meng greeted politely. "Hello." Heij replied with a smile. "Little Ling Meng, explain the situation of this world to Heij." Seito instructed after the two of them got to know each other. "Yes." Little Ling Meng nodded in agreement. "Then I'll leave it to you, Little Ling Meng-chan," Taching Heij said wittily. Then, the two of them walked to the side and began to excitedly chat about the main world. From customs to habits, from daily to non-daily, there were also rumors about Seito mixed in short, it was very lively. Regarding this, Seito didn't pay attention to it. He turned around and walked to the side, continuing to wait for the battle that could come at any time. At the same time, in the world of Demon High School, inside the old school building of Kuma Academy. In short, I've come to Japan for a visit." He was dressed casually and wore a trendy hat on his head. Odin, who looked like a trendy old man from a foreign country, laughed heartily. Next to him was a heroic-looking Valkyrie in a black suit and trousers. Her long silver hair was draped over her back like a waterfall. She was Jean Inu, Miss Lothias. She was also wearing a black suit and trousers. She had a tall and sturdy figure and was exuding the aura of an ancient warrior. She was a high-ranking officer of the fallen angel. She was Zhu Nai's father, Thunder Angel Baichio. Because of his appearance, Zhu Nai's face was gloomy. "Please have some tea." Rias personally served tea to Odin and greeted him with a smile. "No need for formalities. However, you're still as big as before." "So is that one," Odin casually said politely. Then, he unceremoniously swept his gaze over Ria's and Zhu Nai's chests and praised. Bang! "Aya! Lord Odin, you're really something. Don't use such a perverted gaze. This is the sister of the demon king Lucifer." Miss Lothias, who was next to him, saw the situation. She clenched her fist and hammered Old Man Odin's head. She said in a stern tone. However, this kind of behavior seemed very out of place when it came to Jean Inu, who was Odin's subordinate. However, as the person involved, Old Man Odin was used to it and said nonchalantly, "Really? Don't you know how to make an exception? Even if she's Sajik's sister, as long as she's a beauty, she'll naturally be charming. So, even this old man will repeatedly stare at her chest. This is this old man's follower, Valkyrie. Her name is, see you, Lothias. During my time in Japan, please take care of me. From now on, we're friends." Before Odin could finish, Lothvias took over the conversation and introduced herself. This is a virgin without a boyfriend equals age. Valkyrie is the same. Odin, who was unwilling to be interrupted, added. His expression was very perverted. He did not care about making Lothvias look bad at all. It doesn't matter, right? I just haven't had a guy who likes me until now. I don't like being a virgin, okay? Whoa. Lothvias fell to the ground on the spot and hammered the floor with her fists as she cried. Well, Jean Inu's industry is also very harsh. After all, even if she's an outstanding beauty, there are many who haven't welcomed their own spring. Recently, the number of heroes and bravehearts has decreased a lot. Due to the reduction in funding, the deployment of Valkyrie also tends to be reduced. Before she became this old man's follower, she could only hide in a corner of the workplace. Odin, who was obviously not harsh enough, continued to add salt to the wound. In that case, Lothvias, how about letting me like you? Seito said with a smile as he looked at Lothvias, who was crying on the ground. As soon as he said that, several sharp gazes immediately fell on him. Seito did not even need to look back to know who these gazes belonged to. Really? Lothvias raised her head abruptly and asked with a surprised and shy expression. At this time, the gazes that fell on him became even sharper, like knives, piercing him painfully. Of course. Seito braced himself and said, I'm not such a casual person. I won't immediately agree to be your girlfriend just because you say you like me. Lothvias said in a panic with a red face. I know. Seito smiled. Also, my test is very strict. If you don't meet the standards, I won't agree to it. Lothvias continued. Okay. Seito continued to smile. Then it's nothing. Lothvias said softly. I didn't expect that my old guard would be able to welcome his own spring. Red Dragon Emperor, don't tell me you said that out of sympathy? Odin, who seemed to be full of joy at mocking his own Valkyrie, said. Hearing this, Lothvias' nervous gaze fell on Seito. That's not it. I really think that Miss Lothvias is very good, and I want to take her into my harem. Also, isn't being a Valkyrie a great selling point? Like an office lady, a nurse, a teacher, and so on. Seito replied with a smile. It seems that the current Red Dragon Emperor is also a guy who knows how to flirt. Odin was a little surprised and happy. He looked as if he had found a like-minded comrade. Seito smiled and did not say anything. During the time that the old man is in Japan, we will be his guards. Baichio is an important member of the Fallen Angels support team. I'm quite busy during this period, and my time here is limited, so in the following days, Baichio will take care of him instead of me. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was joking around, a Sashal, who rarely showed his face, said, Please take care of me. Baichio said with a dry voice. He looked very difficult to get along with. Old man, isn't it a little early to come to Japan? I heard that your schedule should be a little later. Isn't the main purpose of coming to Japan this time to talk with the Japanese gods? With Michael and Sajix as intermediaries, I will also attend the meeting. Asashel took a sip of tea and said again. Almost. Because there is some trouble in our country. But rather than saying it's trouble, it's actually my way of doing things that has been criticized. I feel that it's better to act early before any trouble occurs, and there are some words that I want to say to the Japanese gods in advance. After all, they have been isolated so far and haven't been able to communicate much. Odin sighed while stroking his long beard. Chapter 1752. Origin World. Noon. Master, enemies have been discovered. Little Ling Meng's figure suddenly appeared in front of Seito and urgently reported. Seito opened his eyes and looked at the scene displayed on the multifaceted holographic screen created by Little Ling Meng. On the screen, a group of several hundred soldiers wearing light armor worn by Japanese generals during the Warring States period were led by several men and women who appeared to be very dangerous. They were marching in an orderly manner toward Akiuru City. And this was only one side. On the other side of the city displayed on the screen, there were still over 100 people, but they were all dressed in witch robes and priest robes. They were also led by a few other people who didn't appear to be weak as they approached Akakuruno City. At the same time, on another screen, soldiers holding various weapons and a group of soldiers wearing the combat uniform of the Ministry of Environment were rushing toward Akiuru City under the escort of several tanks. Fighter jets trailed behind the troops from a distance, flying towards Akakuruno City. A three-way encirclement, using modern weapons to fight. They really think highly of me. Ito sneered after seeing the contents of the screen. Don't pay attention to them. As long as they enter our attack range, immediately kill them. Ito coldly ordered. Yes. After saying that, little Ling Meng's figure disappeared from the room. Then, at the same time, a huge city barrier enveloping the entire Akiuru city was erected, protecting the entire city. It's the barrier, Miao. Is the fight about to start? Tashiro Heiji, wearing a black kimono, appeared beside Ito. He raised his head to look at the screen in the air and asked. Correct. Ito said indifferently. However, at this time, 4 slender missiles with long tails of flames appeared on the screen. They flew toward Akakuruno City with long tails of smoke behind them. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. A few seconds later, a loud noise was heard. The entire barrier flickered slightly under the bombardment of the missiles, and then nothing happened. It was clear that the explosive power of the missile was not enough to cause any damage to the barrier that Ito had carefully prepared. Then in the next moment, the artificial angel hidden in the spatial crevice revealed itself and pointed a finger into the distance. 6 red, green, yellow, and blue beams of light shot out from within Akakuruno City, shooting straight at the flying battleship. Seeing the beam coming, the fighter jet turned sideways and tried its best to avoid it. However, he was still unable to dodge the faster light beams. Boom! With a loud sound, they all turned into blazing fireballs and fell to the ground. At this point, the battle had officially begun. Under the guidance of the artificial angels, a large number of light beams shot out in all directions, blasting straight toward the 3 groups of people. Stand. Shield. When one of the generals shouted, the entire team of ancient warriors immediately stopped in their tracks and took out shields from their backs to block in front of them. Almost instantaneously, a shield wall was erected, and under the fusion of the natural aura emitted by these soldiers, it turned into a huge energy light wall in front of the soldiers. Piu, then, the light beams arrived and hit the light wall. The situation was similar to when a missile launched by a plane hit the barrier of Akakuruno City. After the light wall trembled slightly, it successfully blocked the light beam attack. Advance! Then, the ancient general stretched out his arm and shouted again. Then, the team moved in line, setting up a light shield barrier on one side. They advanced toward Akakuruno City in large strides. And at the same time that these soldiers successfully blocked the light beam attack, the other 2 teams also blocked the light beam attack with the help of their Shikigami and ability users. The teams continued to move forward unscathed. Just like this, the 3 teams arrived in front of Akakuruno City under the unceasing rain of light beam attack. It was also at this time that the energy beam attacks lost their effectiveness and attack range, and stopped shooting. But before the 3 teams could attack the barrier, a large number of barrel-shaped multi-purpose security robots flew out from every corner of the city, and while shooting light beam attacks at the soldiers and generals standing outside the barrier, they quickly moved toward the barrier. Seeing this, the 3 armies didn't waste any time. While organizing the people in the teams who specialized in attacking the barrier to cast spells or open a gap in the barrier, they also organized the soldiers and subordinates to launch a counterattack against the robots that were surging forward. For a moment, the fierce sounds of crossfire and the cries of humans resounded in the sky above Akikuruno City. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bloody hole as thick as a finger appeared on the forehead of a soldier, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he fell on his back. "Watch out, there's a sniper!" A guy dressed like a military officer shouted loudly. Bang! But just as his voice fell, a small hole as thick as a finger appeared on his forehead, and he fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. "Steady, steady, steady for me!" A middle-aged man wearing a black combat suit exclusive to the Environment Ministry shouted loudly. But in the next moment there was a muffled sound, and accompanied by a sudden flash of white light, the middle-aged man's huge head flew into the sky under the impact of a gush of hot blood, and then fell to the ground, spinning. "Everyone be careful, there's an assassin!" Seeing this scene, a certain Environment Ministry Arcanist reminded everyone, and at the same time, he retreated a distance with the others. Crackle, crackle, lightning flashed, and next to the headless corpse on the ground, the figure of a man wearing a black tights with dozens of bright silver round holes on the surface and holding a long black sword appeared. It was a member of the Gantz team. The man who appeared didn't hesitate and casually waved his long sword. In an instant, the long sword extended from less than 1 meter to 3 or 4 meters long, and swept across the bodies of the many soldiers who didn't expect this at all. Puff, 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 plop, plop, plop. Then, in the next moment, the bodies of the Environment Ministry Arcanists and soldiers were cut in half, and they fell to the ground one after another, screaming miserably. "Kill him!" one of the frightened soldiers yelled loudly. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Then, a large number of bullets were fired from the machine guns in the hands of the soldiers, surging toward the combatants of the Gantz team. Although the Gantz black clothes distributed this time were some kind of second-generation product, which had stronger defense than the first-generation black clothes, more energy, and were not afraid of a torrent of bullets, no one could be sure whether it was real or not without testing it. Although the mysterious God had never lied in this regard, the man who didn't want to joke with his life didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately squatted down, forced the legs of the black clothes to bulge, and then jumped high into the sky as if there were springs under his feet. The soldiers subconsciously turned their muzzles and shot at the man in the sky. However, at this moment, another 2 men in black clothes appeared in the crowd in a flash of lightning. Each of them waved their hands and summoned a large area of lightning and ice, launching an attack on the defenseless Environment Ministry Arcanists and soldiers around them. Mournful screams immediately rang out. In just a little over a minute, the largest group of over 1,000 people, consisting of the self-defense forces of the Defense Ministry and the Special Forces of the Environment Ministry, suffered a large loss of people, and more than half of them died. If it weren't for the fact that there were Arcanists from the Environment Ministry at the front, they might even have been directly wiped out by the chaotic attacks of the Gantz team of less than 10 people and the multifunctional security robots. However, although the results of this battle were amazing, the results of the other 2 teams were not as good under the same circumstances. They were even directly wiped out by the hidden masters of the 2 teams, and only a dozen or so people were killed. It could be said that their efficiency was very low. B*****, a bunch of useless things. Seeing that they still hadn't broken the city barrier of Akazuya City after such a long time, a rough man sitting on a flower carriage carried by 12 priests suddenly stood up and cursed angrily. "Lord Fire Bright God, please calm down. Lord Fire Bright God, please calm down." A group of priests hurriedly knelt and said, "Humph." The rough man, Skyfire Bright God, snorted coldly and raised his head to look at the barrier in front of him. Suddenly, he waved his arm, and a golden flame with a scorching temperature that seemed to be able to burn through space appeared in midair. It gathered into a ball and fiercely bombarded the barrier in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out and the flame exploded. The scattered sparks splattered on the priests who couldn't dodge in time. They didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly burned to ashes and scattered with the wind. With just this one attack, more than 10 priests and priests died in the battle. The loss was much more serious than the Gantz team's previous attack. But to the gods, how could their lives be of any importance to them? Trash! Skyfire Bright God glanced at the terrified priests and priests around him and snorted coldly. He raised his head to look at the barrier in front of him again and sneered. It's a bit interesting. It didn't break. After saying that, Skyfire Bright God stretched out his hand and waved at the sky again. Then, the sky slightly brightened, and a large fireball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters appeared in the sky, emitting endless light and heat like a second sun. Break for me! Skyfire Bright God waved his arm and shouted coldly. Boom! The fireball fell and hit the enchantment, causing a loud noise that soared to the sky. Crack, 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 crack. Crackle! Then, in the next moment, a large crack appeared on the barrier, and after trembling for a few seconds, it suddenly shattered into countless fragments of different sizes and drifted to the ground. Chapter 1753. Aya, Aya. The barrier is broken, Taching He-gu said with schadenfreude in the shrine's main residence in Akakuruno City. You're quite ruthless. Once this is over, just the punishment will be enough for that idiot. Kyubi sneered as she rushed over because of the battle. I didn't think there would be such a stupid god. They completely ignored the earth veins under the barrier and relied solely on brute force, Seito said with surprise. However, the result made him feel quite good, even though the surroundings of Akakuruno City would become a half-dead land. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you can defeat them and win this time? Kyubi turned her head and stared at Seito's eyes with a burning gaze as she asked in a deep voice. Although there are more of them, I'm sure I won't lose. Seito said softly as he looked back at Kyubi without blinking. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. All right, I'll believe you this time. I'll help you get rid of those battle spirits later. I'll help you deal with the battle spirits later, Kyubi said calmly as she withdrew her gaze and looked back at the virtual optical screen in the air. Then I'll have to trouble you, Seito said sincerely, knowing how determined Kyubi was. Hey Gu, how much of your power have you recovered? Seito turned to Taching He-gu and asked. Well, there are no problems with immortal technique, magic, and devil power. It's just that my barrier technique hasn't recovered to its original level. It seems like I can't help you imprison a god, Taching He-gu said regretfully. He understood that this was an inevitable effect of the difference between the laws of the two worlds. Seito also knew that He-gu had spent a lot of effort to recover his immortal technique, magic, and devil power to their original level in such a short time. He didn't complain and nodded in understanding. Then forget it. You and Tetroso will be responsible for dealing with the other elites later. Okay, Taching He-gu agreed. With a thought, Seito summoned 7 figures. My king! Your Majesty! Among the 7 of them, one was wearing black leather pants and a red open-top Kazmai sweater. Erika, with her blonde hair fluttering in the wind, and Liliana, with her silver hair fluttering in the wind, wearing tight black trousers and a blue coat, respectively called out. As for the other 6 figures, they didn't say anything. They just stood there quietly. The 5 of them were the saintess from the Forbidden Tome world, Solcrack Kaori, and the 4 legendary Pandora from the Zero-Degree Warrior world, Cassandra, Tesla, Wendy May, and Lucy. Wow. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 7 women, Taching He-gu showed an interested expression. On the other hand, the 9-tailed beast's pupils shrank. His brows furrowed slightly. Enemy attack? Liliana, whose eyes were fixed on the optical screen, exuded an awe-inspiring aura as she said in a deep voice, "Yes." Seito nodded and said, "That's why I need your support. As my king commands." Liliana immediately knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "I am the sword in my king's hand. Where you point is where I will fight." Erica gently flicked the hair by her ear and said firmly with a smile, "Let them see how powerful I am." The only optimistic legendary level Pandora, Wendy May, said with a smile. The others, such as Soulcrack Kaori, didn't say anything. However, from the changes in their expressions, it was clear that they were prepared for battle. Lowly Commoner called Seito, "Come out and die." At this moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air above Akakuruno City. Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at the optical screen in front of him. The one who shouted was none other than Skyfire God, who had just defeated the artificial angel with Sunfire and entered Akakuruno City on a flower carriage carried by the witches. The god of disobedience? Feeling the power that came with the words, Liliana, Erica, and Soulcrack Kaori, who had lived in the god-murdering continent for a long time and knew what the so-called god of disobedience meant, all had a change in expression. "It's not the god of disobedience, but a real god who came out of the myth," Seito said in a low voice. Then, without seeing him do anything, a shadow clone appeared beside him. "I'll leave it to you." Seito flipped his hand and took out the enshrined spear, Longinus, that was placed in the Great Sage Hall of the Rubik's Cube world and handed it to the shadow clone. "I'll let that guy know whose territory this is," the shadow clone sneered as he took Longinus's body from him. Then the figure flashed and disappeared from the room. "There's not much time, so I'll make it short." Seito, who had a red gauntlet on his left hand, looked at the few people left in the room and said softly. On the other side, Seito, who was holding the shadow clone, appeared in front of Skyfire God. Seeing Seito suddenly appear in front of the road, the team led by Skyfire God immediately stopped. "Who are you?" Skyfire God shouted coldly. "Aren't you looking for me? How come you don't even know me?" Seito asked with a mocking face. "You're the ant Seito who blasphemed the great royal god." Skyfire God's expression changed and he shouted with a ferocious face. "That's right," Seito said proudly. "It's good that it's you. Die for me." Skyfire God shouted and immediately waved his hand to create a sun-fire rain, which poured down on Seito. Seito's figure flashed and instantly escaped the range of the sun-fire rain. Puff, 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 the sun-fire rain missed and fell to the ground, burning a fist-sized hole in the boundary. "I declare that I am the lord of the underworld. All the ground that my feet step on is the underworld." Without waiting for Skyfire God to launch a new attack, Seito's spiritual words, which were full of power, resounded between heaven and earth. Then, in the next moment, an obscure and inexplicable fluctuation suddenly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area with a radius of several hundred meters, including Skyfire God's position. The originally bright environment became as dark as the night when the sun was about to set. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pitch-black ground, which had become like mud, emitting waves of death. For a moment, this area was really like the underworld, full of death and coldness, which made the hearts of the priests and witches who came with Skyfire God beat violently, and fear rose in their hearts. Sure enough, after entering the divine realm, using the power of divine right is much more powerful than when I'm still a god-slayer, and it seems that the consumption has also become a little smaller. Feeling the changes in the surroundings and his own energy consumption, Seito could not help but think to himself, "How is that possible? You are stealing the power of the gods, blasphemy." Skyfire God, who also felt the changes in the surroundings, had a great change in expression. He suddenly stood up from the flower carriage, his eyes full of disbelief as he shouted loudly, I will announce your crimes to the entire Takamagara, Gijin, and the underworld, so that you will never be reincarnated. The undead sleeping here, I command you with the authority of the Lord of the underworld, wake up, wake up, wake up, destroy those sinners who trampled on the underworld. Ito ignored Skyfire God's clamor, and once again stirred up the majestic power in his body, weaving his thoughts into the spirit of words, and turning it into an oracle, which resounded between heaven and earth. Puff! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a skeletal hand reached out from the soft ground. This seemed to be some kind of signal. More palms, heads, and bodies emerged from the soil, forming an army of white forgotten spirits. They surrounded the sky-fire-bright deity and the others in the middle. Blasphemer! 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 Go to hell, blasphemer! Skyfire God shouted with a ferocious expression, and then waved his arms, releasing a sun-fire dragon to burn the skeleton soldiers around him. How could the weak skeleton soldiers be a match for the sunfire that could destroy all evil beings? Almost instantly, a large number of skeleton soldiers were burned to ashes. But Skyfire God didn't know that as the location of the third battle, Akikuruno City had the most monsters dying here. So after a large number of skeleton soldiers died, more monster skeletons joined the skeleton army, launching an attack on Skyfire God and the others. Kill all of you as well. Skyfire God, who couldn't calm down in his heart, ordered the terrified priests and priestesses around him. Yes, yes. The priests and priestesses responded with trembling voices, and then with trembling hands, they took out pieces of talisman paper and exorcism equipment and launched a scattered counterattack against the monsters around them. Puff! But in the next moment, accompanied by a sudden soft sound, a white bone spear pierced through the void, and pierced through the chest of a priest. I don't want to die. The priest whose chest was pierced roared unwillingly, and then fell straight to the ground. Then, more bone spears flew out of the void, shooting like rain towards Skyfire Bright God's subordinates, who didn't pay attention to them. Screams rang out uncontrollably from the crowd. Bastard, if you have the guts, don't sneak attack me. Fight me fair and square. Skyfire God, whose body was blooming with soaring spirit chi, roared in exasperation. Puff! As soon as his voice fell, the tip of a red spear suddenly stabbed out from the side of Skyfire God's chest as he hurriedly dodged. You! Skyfire God's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned his head to glare at Ito, who had suddenly appeared behind him. What a pity! Ito, who hadn't been able to kill Skyfire God in one strike, said regretfully. Then, in the instant that Skyfire God's entire body erupted with sunfire, he used a teleportation technique to retreat from Skyfire God's side with Longina's spear. Crack! Bang! Then, with a strange sound, the flower carriage carrying Skyfire God suddenly tilted and fiercely fell to the ground. Chapter 1754. P.S. Thank you to Crimson Knight Wanderer and Big T Bowl for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX, Dark Flame Light, and Insta-Killing Potato for their rewards. Bastard! The moment the flower carriage collapsed, Skyfire Bright God, who was floating in the air with his divine power, looked down at his feet and shouted angrily. At the foot of the Skyfire Bright God, the priests and witches who should have been dead after having their chests pierced by the white bone spears suddenly came back to life. Like the skeleton beasts around them, they attacked the 12 witches who were carrying the Skyfire Bright God. Because they were completely caught off guard, the moment the priests and witches, who were supposed to be friends and not enemies, attacked, the 12 witches were either killed or heavily injured, causing the Skyfire Bright God to fall to the ground. All of you die for this god! Skyfire Bright God shouted, and the sunfire around him suddenly expanded, turning into a blazing sea of fire that covered an area of tens of meters. In an instant, the witches and priests who had been alive and dead for a long time, just died or not, were all burned into ashes by the sunfire and disappeared. Tsk, what a cruel guy! Seito, who was standing outside the sunfire sea, said lightly. It's their honor to die in my hands. Skyfire Bright God snorted with a gloomy face. Seito curled his lips and didn't say anything. He just focused on holding the long spear, and drew out a dark mist that exuded a cold death aura from the underworld, wrapping it around the body of Longinus' spear. Seeing this, Skyfire Bright God didn't bother to say anything more. He waved his arm, and dozens, hundreds of fireballs the size of volleyball instantly appeared in the air. One by one, they turned into meteors and shot toward Seito. Seito tapped his feet lightly, and his body turned into a blurry shadow, quickly dodging. Boom boom, boom boom. A series of fierce explosions resounded in the sky above the area where the two were fighting. "And do you only know how to run?" Heavenly Fire Ming Shin mocked loudly. Seito didn't say anything as he continued to dodge the fireballs. "You rat! Let's see how you're going to escape." Heavenly Fire Ming Deity, whose heart was filled with anger, said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Skyfire Bright Deity waved his hand at the sky. Then, the sky suddenly lit up. It was like a summer day, illuminating the dark netherworld. "Follow me." The light in the sky changed. Then, a large amount of light rain fell from the sky, covering the entire underworld without any pause. Chi-chi, roar, roar. In a moment, a lot of soft hisses that sounded like hot fire touching water and the hollow howls of the dead skeleton monsters echoed quickly, raising bright white clouds that filled the underworld. Affected by this kind of intensive attack. With nowhere to hide, Seito was forced to reveal himself, supporting an invisible barrier made of space energy to resist the rain of light. Ha 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 ha, ant die. Through the white fog, Heavenly Fire Mingshin saw Seito appear and laughed wildly. Then, he immediately waved his hand and created a 2-meter-long blazing white spear in his palm with the solar fire. Like a javelin thrower, he threw it at Seito. The spear was like lightning, bringing out an afterimage that was hard to see with the naked eye as it flew in front of Seito. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the spear, Seito's expression changed slightly. He immediately changed his mind and burst out all the power of this body into psychokinesis, turning it into a thick half-curved barrier in front of him. Poof! The next moment the spear pierced the barrier. It made a slight muffled sound and moved extremely slowly, but it did not stop moving towards Seito's head. Probably because the stalemate was too intense, Seito's figure couldn't help but become flickering, as if it would disappear at any time. Humph! Seeing this, Heavenly Fire Mingshin, who was not far away, snorted coldly again and waved his hand to create another flaming javelin. It was projected towards Seito's body. Seeing the other flaming javelin shooting towards him, Seito's face darkened, and his expression was somewhat regretful. "What a pity! I don't know if I can do my best." Then, without hesitation, like a javelin thrower, he wrapped the spear in black smoke in his hand. Longinus, who was exuding a strong aura of death, threw the spear out. "Go, use your curse to bring death to that arrogant guy." After throwing Longinus's spear out, Seito used the last of his strength to weave a spirit of speech onto the spear. Poof! Then, in the next moment, it was pierced by 2 flaming javelins and turned into a cloud of white smoke, disappearing together with the underworld. Whoosh! At the same time, Longinus's spear, which was wrapped in black smoke, cut through the space and appeared in front of Heavenly Fire Mingshin. Knowing the power of this spear, Heavenly Fire Mingshin's expression changed, and he dodged without hesitation. But before he could do anything, the black smoke wrapped around Longinus's spear suddenly exploded, exuding a strong aura of death and coldness. Heavenly Fire Mingshin, who was unable to defend in time, was stunned on the spot. Although this deterrent force was only for a short moment, Heavenly Fire Ming Shen got rid of it, but it was enough for Longinus's spear to fly in front of him. Then, with the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh, the dark red spear, which was shining with a bewitching light, pierced into Heavenly Fire Ming Shen's body without any hindrance, and then came out from his back, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Wah! How is this possible? Skyfire Bright God, who had spat out a large mouthful of blood, muttered to himself in disbelief as he lowered his head to look at the hole in his chest, which was emitting traces of cold energy. Whoosh! Then, the moment Heavenly Fire Ming Shen's voice fell, a pitch-black evil energy suddenly erupted from his body, slowly but firmly eroding his divine body. No! I will never die. Never! Heavenly Fire Ming Shen shouted hysterically. Budu Ming Shen, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me! How pathetic, Heavenly Fire Ming Shen! The moment Heavenly Fire Ming Shen's voice fell, a slightly mocking voice sounded in his ears. Then, the void rippled, and a woman in black armor and two saber-wielding shamans appeared beside Heavenly Fire Ming Shen. Budu you, if I die, you won't have it easy either, Heavenly Fire Ming Shen said with a ferocious expression. Oh? How do you plan to make me have it easy? Heavenly Fire Ming Shen? The black-armored woman, Budu you, asked with interest. Heavenly Fire Ming Shen was speechless. His expression alternated between green and red. Forget it, seeing that you and my lord are both Tianjin gods, I won't bother with you. Budu you sneered. Then, he turned to the two saber-wielding shamans beside him and said, Jin Jiji, bring Heavenly Fire Ming Shen back to the shrine. Yes, master. The shaman called Jin Jiji bowed. Then, she walked to the side of Heavenly Fire Ming Shen, whose aura was getting more and more impure, as if he had been tainted. Excuse me. After saying that, she reached out to hold Heavenly Fire Ming Shen's arm, and with a flash of light she flew toward the sky. Come out. I know you are here. After Heavenly Fire Ming Shen left, Buduyu suddenly looked at an empty space not far away and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the void. Sei To's figure walked out from it. Was that a clone? Buduyu frowned and asked. At the same time, on the other side, just as Jin Jiji was holding Heavenly Fire Ming Shen and flying toward the ISE Grand Shrine on the third floor, a large fiery meteor-like flame suddenly appeared in the sky and shot toward Jin Jiji and Heavenly Fire Ming Shen. Seeing this, Jin Jiji quickly stopped and took out a paper cloth and threw it in front of her to form a barrier. Then, she looked forward and asked in a deep voice, Who is it? Come out. Then, following a flash of light, Taching Heij, who was dressed in a black kimono, and Shinja Kaori, who was dressed in a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved t-shirt, appeared out of thin air with a longsword in her hand. This road is blocked, Taching Heij said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jin Jiji's eyes narrowed slightly. Barrier? She said in a deep voice. Yes, Miao. Taching Heij admitted generously. Your Highness, please rest at the side. I will deal with the enemy. Jin Jiji let go of Heavenly Fire Ming Shen's arm and said respectfully. Don't kill them. I want to torture them after this matter is over. I want them to know who I am. Heavenly Fire Ming Shen said with a ferocious and lecherous expression. Hearing this, Jin Jiji couldn't help but frown. She had long heard that Heavenly Fire Ming Shen was a headstrong and self-opinionated guy. She didn't expect him to be so reckless. Didn't he see the powerful aura coming from the two guys opposite him? Heavenly Fire Ming Shen, who didn't stop Jin Jiji from answering, let out a low groan. Yes. Jin Jiji replied respectfully. There was nothing to be done about it. Even though she had been personally selected by Bu Doyu from the ISE Grand Divine Palace to serve as a sword witch, she was still just a sword witch. To a real god, she wasn't much more valuable than an ordinary person. Moreover, she was facing the temperamental heavenly fire Ming-Shin. If she really dared to refute that the enemy was too strong and couldn't capture them alive, perhaps, before the fight even began, he would be burned to ashes by the Skyfire bright god's sunfire, just like those priests and witches who had followed him before. I seem to have heard something strange. The one with the sword, did you hear it? Taching Heigu tilted his head and looked at Kanzaki Kaori, who definitely belonged to the heavenly realm. I only heard the barking of 2 prodigal dogs. Kanzaki Kaori said indifferently. Report your names. Jinjiji stepped into the void and walked in front of heavenly fire Ming-Shin. She slowly pulled out the long sword in her hand and questioned in a deep voice. No comment. Taching Heigu said with a smile. Kanzaki Kaori. Kanzaki Kaori replied indifferently. Sigh, really? Hearing Kanzaki Kaori's name, Taching Heiji's face showed a headache and sighed deeply. Sword Witch, Jinjiji. Jinjiji reported. Bang! She pulled out the long sword from the sheath. Then, Jinjiji turned into a shadow and rushed towards Kanzaki Kaori. Dang 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 dang, however, in the next moment, a series of 7 shattering sounds rang out. Jin Jian, who had just disappeared, reappeared. His expression was grave as he looked at Shenshi Kaori, who didn't seem to have done anything. Following that, a soft sound rang out again. A tear appeared on Tsurugi's Miko pants, revealing the fair skin underneath. 8-colored thunder god, the sword spirit which sincerely prays, please bestow upon me the godly speed of demon breaking. Jin Jian held his blade in front of him, stirring up the spiritual energy in his body as he chanted an enchantment. As she chanted the spell, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from her body. Seeing Jinjiji's change, Kanzaki Heigu couldn't help but frown. Then, he slowly adjusted the power in his body and grasped the sword beside him. Demon breaking! Then, Jinjiji roared. Her body immediately broke through space and appeared in front of Kanzaki Kaori. She swung her sword at her. Flash! In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out. Blood gushed out from Jinjiji's chest, forcing her to stagger back. She looked at Kanzaki Heigu with a pale face. You! Jinjiji's face was full of shock. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Kanzaki Kaori said. Impossible. Jinjiji shook her head. Seeing this, Shinja Hueji couldn't help but frown. Even after so long, she still couldn't get rid of her habit of not killing humans. You're just as Master said. Forget it, leave her to me. Taching Heigu suddenly said. Okay. Kanzaki Kaori nodded and switched places with Taching Heigu. On the other side, Jin Jian's eyes lit up. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he once again moved at high speed towards Deshanghage and Kanzaki Kaori, who were in the midst of changing positions. He waved his long blade, creating a crescent-shaped blade aura that slashed towards the two of them. Clang! A dark red magic circle suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. Sneak attacks are bad. Behind the magic circle, Taching Heigu said with a smile. Next, he created an energy ball in each of his hands. Then, he mixed the two together and threw them forward. The ball of energy turned into a stream of light and flew towards Jinjiji. Jin Jian retreated in a flash and quickly formed a 5-pointed star barrier in front of him. Bang! The strange ball hit the barrier, and then quickly spread out like a cloud of smoke. Done! Taching Heigu clapped his hands and smiled. What? Kanzaki Kaori asked curiously. But soon, Jinjiji's performance showed the answer. The pale Jinjiji's body swayed and suddenly knelt in the void. Her eyes kept closing as if she was about to fall asleep. Chapter 1755. She's. Looking at Jin Jian's strange state, Kanzaki Kaori frowned. She's poisoned. Black Song smiled. Poisoned? Jin Jian and Kanzaki Kaori said together. Don't you think it strange? It clearly looked like a very powerful attack, so why did it disperse in an instant? Taching He-gu asked back. You're talking about that cloud of smoke, Jin Jian said. Bingo. But there's no prize. Black Song laughed. That's a poisonous smoke I created with a mixture of immortal and demonic powers. How is it? It's very powerful, right? Despicable. Jin Jian cursed with difficulty. Despicable? I don't think so. Don't forget we're enemies now. Using any means to deal with you is a very legitimate method. Black Song laughed without a care. Well, good luck. After speaking, Taching Heij didn't do anything, but a huge magic array immediately expanded under Taching Heij's body. Then, a strong light blossomed, and Taching Heij disappeared from the enchantment she had set up. Next, it's time to deal with you. After sending Jin Jian away, Black Song looked at Skyfire Bright God, whose face alternated between green and white. It was unknown whether it was because of the situation in front of him, or because of the curse and death energy in his body. Two lowly maids dare to be so arrogant in front of this god. You really don't know what's good for you. Skyfire Bright God scolded. What a bluff. Taching He-gu curled his lips. The one with the sword, let's end this quickly. Black Song looked at Kanzaki Kaori and said, Okay. Kanzaki Kaori nodded. Then she closed her eyes and connected her mind to the power in her dantian. It was the power she received from Sei Ito's Eastern War God authority before leaving. It was the power granted by Sei Ito's Eastern War God authority. The next moment, the power of the youth exploded and quickly turned into powerful life energy that filled Kanzaki Kaori's entire body. Then Kanzaki Kaori slowly opened her eyes. Her body erupted with an indescribable aura. However, Skyfire Bright God's expression changed when he sensed Soulcrack Kaori's aura. His eyes were filled with dread. Because he knew too well what the essence of that power was. I have a feeling that this fellow has become a god. Taching He-gu, who also felt this power, tilted his head and squinted his eyes as he thought to himself. Then, Divine Rend Huawei's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Skyfire Bright God. She slashed out with only evasion. If the heavenly fire bright deity was in perfect condition, he might have been able to dodge this attack. However, the truth was that the current Skyfire Bright God's body wasn't in perfect condition. Due to the influence of the curse and death energy in his body, even his combat strength had been greatly weakened. How could he dodge the slash of a god splitter who had stepped into the realm of gods in the state of a saint? Therefore, unsurprisingly, a long and narrow wound appeared on Skyfire Bright God's chest. Pooh! A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound like it was free. Then, it turned into a blazing flame that burned cleanly and disappeared from the air. What was even more frightening was that this slash of the divine rend flame had also been imbued with the Buddhist god-killing technique. Thus, after the sword wound spurted out blood, Skyfire Bright Deity let out a mournful scream like a young girl who had been forced to do something. At the same time, the divine power in Skyfire Bright God's body that was originally used to suppress the curse and death energy suddenly weakened. The curse and death energy seized the opportunity. They rampaged through his body even more unscrupulously, causing Skyfire Bright God to become even weaker and unable to fight. Under such circumstances, how could Skyfire Bright God be a match for Divine Rend Huawei? Therefore, in less than 20 seconds, he was defeated with wounds all over his body. Taching He-gu sealed him with multiple layers of enchantments and teleported him back to Sei Ito's home just like Miko-sama. Phew, seeing that Skyfire Bright God was taken down, Divine Rend Huawei hurriedly exhaled a long breath and put away her sage mode. It was just that with the blessing of the young man's power, her body didn't collapse, but a strong sense of exhaustion still rushed into Divine Rend Huawei's heart the moment the sage mode ended. This made her frown. Fortunately, Divine Rend Huawei had already expected this situation and was very familiar with it, so she wasn't affected by the sudden surge of exhaustion. She turned to Taching He-gu and said, "Let's go and support Erica and the others." Then, in the next moment, a huge magic array unfolded under her and Taching He-ji's feet. There was a burst of intense light, and Divine Rend Huawei and Taching He-gu disappeared from the enchantment that had been removed. Time went back a little again, back to when Skyfire Bright God had just been seriously injured by Longinus's spear. The location was somewhere on a wide road in Akizuruno City. A group of people wearing light armor and holding spears. Led by 4 generals riding tall horses, the group of soldiers emitting a pale yellow aura marched toward the location of the Ito Shrine. However, at this moment, a large fireball suddenly appeared in the air and fell like rain toward the group of soldiers below. "Raise the shield!" the leading general shouted. Swoosh! As he spoke, the shield was erected, forming a curtain wall over the soldiers' heads. Bang, 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 bang. Then, a series of muffled sounds reverberated through the quiet street. But then, a red light flew out from the void like a waterfall, and together with the rain of fire, it bombarded the shield wall that the soldiers were standing on. Boom! In an instant there was a loud sound, and the energy shield wall summoned by the soldiers' shields exploded, forming a powerful shock wave that spread in all directions. In the process, the soldiers were sent flying and fell to the ground more than 10 meters away, screaming in pain. "Who is it? Come out!" the leading general shouted in a loud voice. "Eli, Eli lema sabachthani. Lord, why did you abandon me? Mountains of Gilboa, I pray that the rain of dew will fall upon you." In response to his question, 2 high-pitched incantations sounded at the same time, but the content was different. "Lord, I call in the day, but you do not answer. I call in the night, but you are silent. But you have become a holy one, baptized by the many hymns of Israel. Offer the sacrifice that the thirsty beast craves. Give up yourself and become the shield of the brave. Saul's shield, pour oil into it and give myself to this place. My bones decayed and collapsed, my heart turned into wax, and my body dissolved in it. Please abandon me in the dust of death. Dogs surround me, and I will be abused by the evildoers. The blood of the enemy, Jonathan's bow will never retreat. Saul's sword will never return to the scabbard without gnawing the flesh of the brave. Until this body is defeated." Then 2 delicate figures appeared in the sight of the 4 generals, who were still standing in the same place. It was Erica and Liliana. They were chanting the forbidden spell that they learned from the Book of David's Merit, as they rushed toward the 4 generals. "Become my power, give me help as soon as possible. Save my soul from the sword, save me from the lion's teeth, save me from the horn of the buffalo. Jonathan's bow, the weapon of the brave, as fast as the eagle and as strong as the lion. Run and defeat thy enemy. Let me tell you the name of the Lord, praise him in the center of the world, convert and dedicate him." As the incantation came to an end, red and silver light blossomed from the 2 of them. It was as if flames had materialized and burned. Then, it gradually solidified. Together with the clothes they were wearing, it evolved into a set of Knight Commander's robes with the characteristics of the copper black cross and the bronze black cross. It wrapped around the 2 of them. But at this point, the 2 of them still didn't stop their incantation, and continued to chant a more advanced version of the forbidden spell, the privilege of divine annihilation. 7 priests with 7 horns patrolled and blew, and those with weapons marched in front of them. They fought the Midianites as the Lord commanded Moses, and killed all the men. Among the people they killed the 5 kings of Midian with the sword. They patrolled the city 7 times. On the 7th time, when the priests blew the horns, Joshua told the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given the city to you. Kill all the people in the city, Men and women, old and young, cattle, sheep and donkeys with the sword. Capture the women and children of the Midianites, and take away their livestock, flocks, and all their belongings as loot. Burn their cities and all their camps with fire. Cursed before the Lord is the one who wants to rebuild the city of Jericho. When he establishes the foundation, he will lose his eldest son. When he builds the gate, he will lose his youngest son. Take away all the loot, captives, people and livestock, and kneel at the feet of Moses. During this incantation, the sword and tower shield bestowed with the privilege of divine annihilation appeared in Erica's hands. The silver great bow also appeared in Liliana's hands. O steel lion, I entrust thee with my sigh and anger. The Son of God and the Holy Spirit of the host, baptized with the blood of the last stage of the divine stage, appear, Holy Spear Longinus. Suddenly, Erica added an incantation in a loud voice. In a flash, the great sword in Erica's hands changed into a dark red spear, and fell into Erica's hands. Go, Lily, complete our merit, Erica said softly with a confident smile on her lips. I don't need you to tell me that, Liliana shouted in a low voice. After saying that, she suddenly stopped, pulled the bowstring, and an arrow appeared in Liliana's hands. The arrowhead pointed at the four generals. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.